minutes. Let folks join in here real quick. Shows. Hope everybody's having a great day. I'll get you guys giveaway set up. Perfect. All right. Good evening. If you don't know, my name is Brock, disabled vet, aka. Um, this is Wednesday night, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time health show. Again, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit late here. If you will please, let me see if I've posted my show notes real quick. Show notes are posted. Please check out my show notes. Realize that becoming a new seller, there is $150 on the table for doing your very first show. Some minimum requirements. If you'd like to learn more about that, let me know. It gets in my show notes. This is a seller help show. We do this every Wednesday at night at 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. Some things I would tell you is always do your homework. Have the correct tools in your toolbox, set goals, a business plan, have good merchandise, and bring positivity. All items in my store are tools. I set up that store just for resellers, which there's some great news coming out, and I'll share with that in you a little bit. Um, but I set up my store with everything I utilize on a daily basis or anytime I do a show. So that's what my store is. From my packing supplies to my boxes, to the tape. Everything I utilize is in that store, down to some of my jellyfish, just so you know exactly what I use. Okay. If you don't buy it from me, I understand. Um, I'm very honest and open. Say, listen, I mark it up at my cost plus the whatnot fee. You know what I'm saying? So, but the exact pictures, the exact descriptions, that is everything I use. I can never tell you where I go and buy it from. I am not an employee of Whatnot, and everything I state in the show is my personal thoughts and ideas. If I ever say the word we, I'm referring to myself, maybe my mods, or maybe my friends. This broadcast is sole property of Whatnot and or Disabled Vet for the private use of this audience. Okay. Any other use of this broadcast or any pictures, descriptions, or accounts of this broadcast without written consent is prohibited. Meaning you can't take this, cut, paste it, put it somewhere else. Okay, without my permission. Turn this on. See if this will turn on for me real quick. All right, Seller Help Show. What we do is we do this every Wednesday night to help folks out. We sit here, we look at profiles, we look at accounts. We can go over my thoughts and ideas of helping you get to a next place. If you're a new person on this platform, welcome. You've just found the best community, best just overall greatest community on the platform, okay, out there. And so, welcome. If you're thinking about becoming a seller, I highly suggest it. There are some really good shows out there that you should probably go watch and hang out in, see what works, what doesn't work. Again, jump into category you're thinking about selling in. Jewelry category is the best. That's my category. And it's small and easy to ship. But becoming a new seller sometimes can be very nerve wracking. And I would tell you, just do it. Okay. Get yourself set up. Make sure you have all the tools you need, all the items you're going to sell, all the boxing stuff that you need. Have this personality. I was really thinking about today, why Whatnot, right? That's what I call this show. Why do I like Whatnot so much? And it's the community. I like the friendships. Um, you know, if I wanted to go to Lowe's and just walk in and walk out with whatever I needed, me personally, I like to go to mom and pop shops where I come in, pop's like, hey, listen, what do you need? And he walks me back there to the aisle and he shows me what I need. He kind of tells me how to do it and talks to me a little bit and out my way. I really appreciate that in life. It's kind of like walking into a restaurant and there's nobody to seat you. You don't see anybody. Normally, that's not my type of restaurant. I'm out of there. I like the community. I like the conversations, and so that is what whatnot is so special to me. I appreciate that kind of thing. Um, Again, if I ever miss anything in the chat, I will get to it. Don't feel like you can't repost it. There's a lot of great people in here every Wednesday night, kind of sitting in the background. Some other big sellers, any of my mods. Um, Couple things you guys are always asking me about. Again, we sold about 350 of these in 2 shows. They just came in. Okay. I now have, it is the best $4 you're going to spend. It covers my cost. Okay. You're spending 74 cents to ship it, and the other $3 pretty much covers the cost and fees. Okay. This quick shipping guide. This has my YouTube channel, which we post every show to. So you can go back and watch all my help shows if you wanted to. On the back, team. We have a team of people right here. These folks, I can tell you, write them, ask them questions. This is my team, my family right here. Okay, Lady K Jules, That Good, Second Life Treasured, Faye West Designs, and Miss Jane. Normally, this last one is, I can't put all of my friends on every one of my things. We have such a big family, but I'm going to switch out family members every month. And so Miss Jane is on here this month. These are our 2 sponsors this month. We thank you. We appreciate you. Again, that helps kind of cover the cost of making these for our community. And so we thank you. 250 of these were printed and we'll have your name on them. And I guarantee you they all get sold. Okay. So what this brochure is a quick setup right here. This is, you need to go set up some shipping profiles. So not just once, you need to set you up a bunch of these. Okay. Every shipping profile you create will be available in your shows. Okay. So you create a 1 pound, 5 pound, and 10 pound profile. It's going to be in your shows. Okay. In the middle here, you will have a lot of big sellers. Again, go to your category, kind of follow what they're doing. You don't have to recreate the wheel here. It kind of one size fits all when it comes to some of the shipping, especially those heavier packages. Same thing with small shipping. There's two major ways. So a lot of your heavier guys that are shipping those bulk lots or stuff from Gaylords or what those packs of clothing and food and all this stuff, the heavy boxes, they will tell you to set up like this. Me as a jewelry seller, most of my items are 1 to 2 ounces. So I'm able to really cut the cost down to my customer. You know what I'm saying? And so this is the one that I personally use. This is my setup, knowing that when I finish the sales, I get to play with that label before I ever create it. Okay. Some just easy, cool practices. I get a lot of questions. How do I send stickers? How do you set up that first class? We've got that here for you. We also have um, the domestic 1 to 5 and over 10 pounds. Okay. Some little quick, easy tricks in shipping right here. Again, if you've never bought anything on the platform, there's a QR code where you can get $15. If you've never sold or had a show before, you can get up to $150. Okay. These are available. They are pinned if you want one. Again, we sold 350 of them in 2 shows. It was crazy. It was nuts. So we had 250 more printed, and once those are gold, we'll sell some more. But I highly suggest this to put something physical in your hands. Okay. Lots of changes coming up, lots of changes going into effect on the platform. If you don't know, um, Whatnot does a show once a month, and it always has a guest host. And so, lots of changes, lots of cool things going on. Some of the things I haven't played with, so I'm not going to talk about it till I play with them and really kind of figure out the apparatus and the thought process on them. That's interesting. There is now a new thing where you can take the messages off. Okay, if we're bidding on something, you can swipe your messages off and just have the bid. Isn't that cool? Like, you're tired of the conversation, you're like, listen, I don't want to read all y'all's crap, but you're still available to bid. That's cool. Love that. Love that. Absolutely love that. um you promote all you want, but Italy, I'm going to teach you something. Since you're in the Whatnot show, we're going to teach you something. Whatnot etiquette. And I'm not saying I'm mad in any way, shape, or form. I love it. Again, we keep this room very positive. This is pretty much um, a helpful show. And so there never needs to be any kind of negativity, jumping down somebody's back for asking any kind of questions. Okay. So, proper etiquette when asking if you can promote your show is to red chat. Okay. Red chat or send that person a DM. Don't come into their live DMs, their live chat, and ask to promote. Just etiquette. Some people get mad at you. So, proper etiquette on the platform for asking if I can promote shows is to simply, hey, can I promote? Okay. Might tag if you see one of their mods in there, and then red chat it. What we mean by red chatting is if you type in the word PayPal or the word boobs, breast cancer awareness. We talk about this all the time, so we use the word boobs. That's to represent that. Most sellers understand that the word boobs is used or the word PayPal is used. And what happens when you red chat them, just them and the people they've modded can see that. Because by entering a room just saying, hey, can I promote? You've kind of already done that. You know what I'm saying? So, again, just with me, I'm always easy, but proper etiquette. Or you might send them a DM. People feel a certain way about, it's like walking down the street. Hey, can I put this missing person in your window? And they're like, no, no, no. You go to the next 10, they're like, absolutely. There's just different, sets and ideas. And some people are like, listen, I don't know who you are. You don't hang out with me. Why would I allow you to promote my show? That's like walking in my store and saying, hey, I have the item at a better price. So, proper etiquette, DM or red chat them. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, just so you learn. I mean, that's right. If nobody tells you, you're like me, you live in the South where it's like most of us leaves our doors unlocked, and it's like you see, but that's not everybody's thought process. So just understand that. Proper etiquette, or what they say is proper etiquette. Me, I'm like, I get it. I'm real easy. Absolutely. Absolutely. How's everything going? Still enjoying the platform, still being somewhat consistent, right? A little bit about a little bit about myself. I've been on the platform about a year, over a year, about a year and a couple months. We grossed over $350,000 our first year. All my followers are organic. I never go into anybody else's show and pay them or treat them or do any of that call out stuff. I've only probably been on five raid trains the entire. It's just not my thing. I run very long shows, kind of do it whenever I want. I'm the most inconsistent person probably on the platform as far as this is the only consistent thing I do. Okay. Um, I am a community host. I do this every week. We spend hours on here. A lot of times I get a lot of questions where somebody has learned something somewhere else and I've come here and said something else. I would just ask that. I think a lot of people are just trying to help, but if there's ever an inconsistency, you don't have to call them out or ever go, "Oh, well, Brock said this or Brock did that." Again, it's my personal opinion. Maybe you don't like it, but don't ever. I don't like conflict, and so for me, it's like, somebody else might say something, and I might say something else. You know, um, Everybody has their business, and they all kind of run it a different way. And that's great. That's what makes this a beautiful platform. Do you think it's more personal if you show yourself? Listen, on my first 4 or 5 shows, I never showed myself at all. Okay. Um, the importance of flipping that camera around is this: you're creating relationships. Okay. When you flip that camera around, you put a face to the voice. In any position or any business, you want a lifetime customer. Okay. You want a lifetime relationship. By flipping that camera around, you're creating that relationship. You're allowing them to see you, to be part of more than just a voice. Um, my shows are kind of back and forth. A lot of the times, I never show my face at all. I normally turn the camera around 3 or 4 times. But creating those personal relationships, whether it be a seller or a buyer, is what makes this platform successful. Okay. People continue to come back. continue to like certain people. It's like that favorite podcast, that favorite TV show, that favorite car, that favorite place to take that vacation. You have created those favorites and those relationships. And so, and you have those images in your brain when I just said all those things, right? As soon as I said your favorite vacation, your favorite. So flipping that camera around, I think is very personal. And I think that it is very beneficial for a seller and a new seller to be flipping that around and trying to connect. Okay. It's what we're all trying to do is connect, right? And so your very long answer is flip it around every now and then. Listen, I'm gonna let you know all the big dogs are coming out. It's free, right? Everybody and their mom is saving 8%. Now realize you're still gonna have fees. It's 0% commission. So the platform is 8% commission, 2.9 and 30 cents. Okay, so you're still gonna lose 2.9 plus. I don't know if the 30 cents applies or not, right? So, but there's still a transaction fee because the processing company is getting that. So you're going to be saving 8%. But all the big dogs, listen, jump on. If you have relationships, what I'm talking about, people like you, they don't care about all the big shows. They're coming to see you. They're getting great deals and, you know, they're getting great prices and they like you. It doesn't matter if who's on, right? And so that's why it's so important. If I have to drive by 10 stores to see Edward, I'm going to drive by 10 stores to see Edward. They all might be 100,000 square feet, and I might be in the 2,000 square foot, but you have the best deal, you have the best inventory, and I like you the most. You know what I'm saying? Can I ask a question about a buy it now? Absolutely. Go right for it. As long as we don't share any personal details. You know what I'm saying? No personal like names, transaction numbers, those kinds of things. Can you check on a buy it now purchase? I bought the M macro phone lens around March 6th and haven't got it. Yeah, let me go look at that junk. Did you send me a message yet? Mm-mm. A month ago. I think I replied to you, did I not? Maybe not. I don't see a message from you. I did. I did respond to you. Okay. Um, if it doesn't arrive by Friday, let me know and I'll send you out another one. That's the best way of doing it because you probably can't even open a case right now because it's been a couple weeks. So give it till Friday. If we don't get it in by Friday, holler at me and I'll put another one in the mail. Oh, I did. I had to order some from a warehouse, and I bought actually like 200 of them because the price of those things went from this to like quadruple that. And so, like, if you go look on any other platform for that exact one, it's like 25 or 30 bucks now, right? And so, um, where I was getting them, I bought like 200 of them, and it took a little minute because I sold, I think, 40 of them in one night. So, you never know what to expect. And so, I am sorry. If it's not there by Friday, holler at me, and I'll make sure we get you another one out. Supplier. Listen, there are a lot of scams out there. Um, I like to cover this as well because I see so many Facebook messages on the reseller platform or group, reseller whatnot group. I got scammed. I got taken advantage of. My price per piece, you know, listen, due diligence in any time you're doing business. You have to be smart. Yes, you have to buy right, but you also have to be a smart person. Okay. Not just anybody can run a business. Not anybody can just do a whatnot, right? When you are buying, listen to me very, very carefully. What's the address? Can I physically show up and look at it? Okay. And when I say that, once they give you the address, it's like you become detective number one. Okay. Go Google that sucker. Go do some court records. Okay. Go look. Can I physically show up and pick it up? Normally that ends the conversation. If it's a scam, it's like, listen, Gina, they get it. You know, ask to physically show up. Listen, I don't want to put my hands in it. If you're buying Gaylords, can I look under the first layer? Because what these Gaylord guys have figured out is, listen, we're going to throw a bunch of big, heavy, bulky things in the bottom and throw a bunch of smalls on top. Well, then your price per piece, you just got stuck. Okay. So always go ask questions. Can you give me a reference to somebody else? You know what I'm saying? Go set outside the address for an hour. Okay. Be careful. Sourcing is easy. The best sourcing is going to be local sourcing because you're normally not paying a huge amount of shipping. Always take that shipping into account. If it's $300 or $400 to send the pallet from LA to, I don't know, Arizona or something, right? Your cost, you might have spent $1,200, is actually $1,600 plus your time. Okay. So you need to take all those things into account when you're doing price per piece. Lots of folks out there realizing there's a demand and taking advantage of people. The best thing you can do is ask the questions. Okay. Ask the questions. Treasure, listen to me. We all still get a little bit of giddy. I get the fun giddies. You know what I'm saying? Treasure, what I tell you is go in. Okay. Do your rehearsal mode. Okay. Do your rehearsal mode. If nobody shows up, you've learned something. But if you've been listening to me, there should be at least 5, 10 people in your show. You should have invited. Okay. It's your first show. First, I hope you use the credit, right? I hope I hope you use the code where you can get up to 150 bucks. But you should have been sharing your referral code to all new sellers. Your mama, your grandma, your pastor's wife, okay? Your coworkers, your niece, your nephew. You know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm getting on Whatnot. What the heck is that? Listen, just scan my code real quick, and I'll see you tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. You get free $15 for buying something. Do what? Yeah, I don't care. Come buy something from me. You get $15, and you you know, I get the money for selling it to you. All we lose is the Whatnot fees. Hello, Gina. Okay, success. Think about those things. You have a code. Come hang out with me, family. Okay. Once the family's in there, just talk about real world. Introduce yourself. Hey, how you doing? This is what I'm going to be selling. If you don't like it, we'll just go on to the next item. No worries. Um, have fun. Don't be nervous. Don't be nervous. There's nothing to be nervous about. You won't fail. I promise. And if you do, just get right back up. We all screw up too, by the way. Make sure you have those shipping profiles set up correctly for me. Okay, you should have at least 4 or 5 shipping profiles. I don't know what you sell. I don't know what you got going on, but make sure you got those on. When you add an item to your shop and you have to add the weight, do you also include the weight of the box envelope it's going in? It needs to be a total weight. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So if your items weigh 16 ounces and you're using a box and it's another 2 or 3, absolutely. It's a total net or total gross weight. Okay. Total gross weight, the entire package. Fantastic flips. I love it. Made me think of my place to get my haircut. Hey, I had an amazing Blazing. Oh my goodness. There she is, you guys. Listen, if you guys don't know who Blazing is, she's amazing. Like I say it every week, she does a lot of help YouTube videos. I don't need to create those things because she's already done it. Kindergarten level, okay? When I got started, I watched a lot of her videos. Yes, there's a lot of other creators, lots of information out there, but this is some videos I watched, and these are the ones that worked for me. Okay, did I mess with them and play with them? Absolutely, to fit my needs, but kindergarten level. Okay, go watch her. She'll post her YouTube. She's amazing. Go support her. She does help shows. She's also a host on the platform. If you are into like, I don't know, foods from around the world, like Oreo made in France or Oreo made in Mexico or China, she's got all that really cool, interesting foods. Go check her out. Absolutely positive person, and does a wonderful show on the platform. We thank you and we appreciate you so much. I'm just trying to set up my shipping profiles, but it won't let me put in like 1 to 2 pounds. Will only let me put in one number for the weight. Are you using a computer or using your phone? I highly suggest setting up your profiles on your phone, not a computer. Okay, it's a lot easier. You're on your phone. Interesting, Gina. Hold on, let me. I'll charge this and I'll jump on and walk. We'll walk through it together. Okay, we'll walk through it in just in a minute. You said in a previous show that you should go at least 2 hours. I'm interested in selling ties. Do you have any recommendations on sourcing? Yeah. Listen, we can have a conversation. Send me a DM or something. It's very important that you go over 2 hours. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Pure Drip. You're amazing. Has a 5.0 rating. This is Isaac. He has sold over 2,000 items. He has about 10,000 followers. Absolutely love that. He has bees. Now, are these actually your bees? So I have a friend that does this, and it absolutely scares the crap out of me. But you have all these beehives and you have honey. Oh my goodness. He provides a premium honey. Listen, Gina. Okay, this is the thing. If you don't know about honey and you have allergies this time of year, I want you to go to your local drugstore, your local farm store, and I want you to buy some honey. Local honey. You want it to be local honey. It will help your allergies. Okay, take a little spoonful of it, put it in your tea. Use it as a sugar additive or anything that you add sugar to. You can use a little bit of honey. But if you will find a local honey and you have allergies, just come back and tip me someday. Okay. Just kidding. It will really help. Our son has allergies, and we give him a little bit of that, and it builds up kind of like an immune system to all the flowers and all the dust particles and stuff. Super cool. Gina, thank you, Pure. I appreciate that. Amazing. If you're just coming in, this is a help show. I'm not trying to sell you anything. My name's Brock. If you don't know who I am, Gina, did you watch my clips? No, I didn't. I didn't want to open up because of the sound. I favorited you. You follow me, but I hadn't followed you back. Hold on, I'm gonna go. I gotta follow one of these shows. You've got a lot of follows too. Like, do you go out and do it live? I love it. I want to go listen. Okay, there's a couple shows on this platform that I find very, very interesting. And if you've never seen this one, you should go watch this one. They sell koi fish. And I'm like, the whole time you're like, these people at PetSmart, and then they start dumping these big old koi fish, and you're like, 70, 80, $200 for a fish. And I'm like, man, maybe I'm in the wrong business. Now I'm gonna go watch this beekeeper thing and see what this is all about. I love that kind of stuff. It's like OETA or the Nature Channel live on Whatnot. Lady K, I don't know why you're not modded. That's your fault. I don't know what y'all have done. I don't unmod nobody. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm gonna be mesmerized. You've seen it too. Is that not crazy? Is Gina? Somebody unmodded all you. I don't know how that works. Hold on. You have yeah. Who knows? I must watch your show. So glad showed up here spontaneously. Absolutely. Come in every Wednesday night. It's kind of like everybody knows. Thank you, man. You can come in here on Wednesday nights. You're having an issue, you're having a problem, can't figure crap out. I'm here. You know what I'm saying? And you can come in and ask me anything you want to. What do you think about my profile, Brock? I did this wrong, or I can't figure this out. Again, I'm charging my phone for her. Um, it's nice to have kind of like a live agent. You know what I'm saying? I don't work for Whatnot or nothing, but they should have a live agent. Wouldn't that be cool? 24-hour assistant live agent. Maybe I've got something there. You're on your first raid train. How long is it? What are you selling? How long is it? Out of curiosity. 45 minutes. Okay. Okay, Gina. What are you selling? Clothes, pre-love, new attack. New. Okay, it's a very, very crammed category. You know that. Have you watched other shows? Have you made sure that you're kind of on the same path as some of these other folks? And again, go into shows that are successful and look what they're doing. Go into shows that it's like, listen, nobody will buy anything, and stay as far away from that as you can. Look at the success. You know what I'm saying? Use their use their thought and the way they do things. They figured it out, and you just need to copy that. You know what I'm saying? And they've done it all for you. They've done your homework. Now you just got to apply it, put the sourcing to it, make sure you're buying right, making at least 20% to cover your time and whatnot fees. There you go. Gonna say it every week. Thank you so much. Listen, you don't have to ever tip me. Listen, I can come buy some honey from you. I can give you your $5 back in a heartbeat. You watch this. Do you do the whole listen? You need to do a beekeeping learning show. You know how many people would join that show just to come in and watch you teach about bees? Thank you. You do it, and listen. Where are you at? What state are you in? Can I come down and like get in one of those bee suits and smoke them out and stuff? South Carolina. Some lady the other day told me that was in the South, and I told her, listen, Oklahoma, Texas, Missouri, Louisiana, those are the South. She said, no, I'm in the South. I'm in South Carolina. I said, no, just because your state says South on it doesn't mean you're in the South. She said, oh, I'm in the South. Listen, Gina, I've been there too. You know, I've been stung right on the neck. Yeah. Did he make some honey? Louisiana here. I love Louisiana folks. Now y'all a little crazy up in there now. Y'all eat about anything. Y'all party 24/7. Oh, I love sweet tea. I like a warm tea. I like it when it's just been brewed. Everybody else likes the iced. I like the brewed tea. Like still a little warm. It has that underground nest. Sounds like yellow jackets, not bees. Yeah, I can do that too, Gina. Yeah, we drink it sweet and cold here. Yeah. Again, welcome in. If you have any questions, you want me to take a look at your profile. Again, I'll go in there and show her how to do some. Let it charge just a little bit more. Make sure that we're setting up some profiles for you. Okay. Again, you're going down to activity, right? Right in the middle, activity. Top right hand corner is three lines. I'm jumping on here. Boy, I ain't got much battery. See. All right. I'll flip this around real quick. Thank you, Avery. Okay. So you're going down here. Okay. Then you're going up here. 3 lines. Okay. You're scrolling down to shipping settings, right? And then you're going up here. Okay. And you'll want to create several of these, right? Linda, this is what you need to do. Listen, this is the best way of doing this because there's still some quirks and kinks in that system of thought. Is that you don't see the shipping deductions, right? This is the best thing to do for anybody thinking about starting on this platform. Open a bank account just for Whatnot. Okay. That's what I would do, Linda. And every purchase comes from that account. Okay. Every sale goes into that account, shows all your in and out transactions. That way, at the end of the year, you can go. Um, I will tell you that that what's that platform that sells all the websites? It used to have all the commercials. What is that? I forget what it is. You guys know what I'm talking about? Not Shopify, not Duck. GoDaddy. GoDaddy used to have an amazing, and it might have switched over, but they had an amazing bookkeeping system where you could enter at one time and then it found all the exact same transactions from that type of company and it categorized them. And I loved that about that program through GoDaddy. So you might go see that. Once you did it a few times, if it yeah. didn't, like say you went and bought gas down the street a mile away, it would recognize every time you bought gas from that store, and it would do the entire year. And it would take, I mean, it was huge, right? It took it took like 30 minutes to kind of like AI it before AI became out. No, I'm still good. Yeah. I just got thank you. So you might go look into that, but the most what I would suggest is when you start this going out on this, use that account. Create a bank account just for Whatnot. Any purchases used through that bank account. Okay. Any money made needs to go into that account. Okay. Use that account for everything. You can get with a good accountant. This will make it a lot easier. As far as Whatnot, they will send you out a 1099. Um, and then you can take that bank account and be like, here you go, accountant. Or if you are good with numbers and stuff like that, it'd be easy for you. But that's what I would do. Really consider paying yourself. Once you start paying yourself, again, you can use that account for almost any kind of deduction as long as it's uh you know business oriented. You want to go out and have lunch, you need to put gas in the car, you need to pay the rent on the property that utilizes an office in it. There's a small portion of that you can use. you know you can pretty much write off a lot of things without paying yourself, because if you pay yourself, then you're kind of like double taxation. So think about that. Again, get with a good lawyer. I'm not certified in that whatsoever. We've just owned some big companies, and that's how we've kind of ran things. I don't think I've paid myself in 15 years. You know what I'm saying? So, but you can utilize that account for all your expenditures. All right. What do you use now? If it's not GoDaddy, it's they're new one. They're new one. I can't remember what it was called. You just type in Google GoDaddy bookkeeping and it'll tell you, it'll come up. We still utilize it, but it used to be called something else. But how I remember is that first initial, I haven't started selling yet, but I'm going to sell what I purchased from Whatnot. I'd like to know the cost of what I've purchased. You can go under your activity. You can go under your activity and let me show you. So activity will show you all your. Okay, if you're not already using it, let's switch you on. Okay, I'm a little hungry. Not too bad. So if you go into your account right here, okay, down here at the bottom, you can go to activity and you can look at completed. And this will show you everything you've purchased. Do they put it in some kind of form? Probably on a computer. You can probably jump on a computer and see all your activity for the entire year. Okay, on under that on a computer. Your computer offers a lot of other um, options than your phone does. Again, any phone you use, whether it be an iPhone or an Apple phone or an Android, Whatnot has to meet those manufacturers. So they might want to create something, and then they have to write Whatnot, or they have to write iPhone and Android and say, "Hey, listen, can we do this?" It's almost like those companies you can create, but they give the approval. So not everything gets approved, right? And so that's why you have kind of some different complexities between different devices being used on the platform. But in that, I will tell you, if you get on your a computer, you get lots more options, and I would just go to activity and you can look at everything you bought for the year. It does. Absolutely. Yeah, get on there and play with that. That it's a GoDaddy. It used to be called GoDaddy Bookkeeping, but they've actually named it and branded it now, and so it's not. And if you'll see that, you'll see what I'm talking about. Is it free? No, but it's not expensive either. It has some the value and spending 6 or 7 hours playing with all my no or days. We had an audit one time that took 90 days. Like, listen, any kind of program that's going to charge me 20 something dollars or 30 something dollars to do all my bookkeeping for a year. Listen, Gina. Yeah, do that. Again, the best thing you can do is just have a one account that has all ins and outs, right? And so at the end of the year, you know that there's nothing on there that was incorrectly charged, and it'll show you your wins, losses pretty much. Listen, I have this left over. Here you go. I'm negative 10,000 this year. I hope you're ahead, right? But again, you can utilize that count for all kind of expenditures. Yeah, there's a lot of great programs. I think PayPal has one too or something. Yeah. Trying to understand, do I have to add an option to add pre-bids? Okay. So when you create it, let me see. You're going to go to add, right? Are you doing a temporary listing? Just out of curiosity. I'm just wondering if sponsors are waste of money. Yes. Yes. So when you're doing that, Christy does a lot more pre-bids than I do. Christy, do you want to explain it? I'm not the best at this. I think you have to create like a let me look here, quality listing maybe. She'll explain it. None of us do pre-bids a lot. So I think you have to create it as a quality listing. Um, let me see. Let me look at my phone real quick. Again, I don't do a lot of pre-bids. I don't do a lot of, everything in my stores, that kind of thing. What I think you do, and now I'm going to walk through this. I need the experience as well, right? Okay, so you're going to go to Seller Hub, right? And then you are going down to, let's go next show. Listen, Why do I even try to recreate the wheel? Hold on. I'm going to send it. I'm going to put it in the thing. Hold on. And whatnot. We are posting another host, community host YouTube channel. This YouTube channel is just about pre-bids and information on the platform. In no way, shape, or form does it violate any kinds of terms of service, or is it trying to sell or redirect to another selling platform. There you go. She's got a whole video on it. Go watch her on YouTube. I do have an Excel program. Can you send the formula you use? See, I love this community. Absolutely. The travel, she has amazing, and she breaks it down in 101, so you can sit there and stop it and replay it. That's easier than me, right? Um, but she'll set that pre-bid up for you. I don't do it a whole lot, so I'm not, again, if I don't know, I'll tell you I don't know. I don't do a whole lot of pre-bids. I just run stuff. You know what I'm saying? I don't curate my shows. I just grab stuff out of boxes and run it. I think that um, it is helpful to not know too much. I also think people like the unknown. What's coming up next? And I think that's a lot of my success. You just never know what I'm going to pull out of bag. You know, I'm not after retail on anything I sell. You go buy something from me, I guarantee you spent less on it than you would have got it anywhere else on the platform, unless you just got cut up in a bidding war. Okay. Um, I leave plenty of meat on the bone for other resellers. You know, I look at it like this. I buy bulk, I get great deals. If I can make 20% overall, there's certain things I probably take a loss on, but the end number is all I care about. I leave plenty of meat on the bone for other people to go retell it. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I roll. Brock, what are you up to? So, yeah, see that whole Excel thing, like there's a reason they have college courses and the word Excel is in there, right? It's one of those things like I'm kindergarten level. Let me just push click and you guys can figure that all out behind the scenes. Me physically sitting there, listen, this is how I look at life. And there's a lot of things I'm great at. Okay. If I can pay you to do it in 10 minutes and it's going to take me 24 hours, I will pay you for your knowledge and your skill. Right. I don't need to be skilled in everything. Normally it costs me double when I try to figure it out on my own. Right. It's like, oh, let me go get a wrench and let me take this bolt off. Well, there's another 10 bolts. By the time you're like, listen, I just hope I can get this thing back together. That's me. If you can do it in 10 minutes and it takes me 2 or 3 hours, I'm going to pay you to do it. All the men watching the show, okay? How many of you have husbands or grandpas? And not only do you experience how long it takes, but the attitude and the grumpiness and the bloody knuckles, right? Just take it down to the store. Barb, why not? Barb, listen, you're not listening to me. Barb, you're not listening to me. You screwed the pooch. That's what you did. Barb, you had nobody in your show. Where's your mama? Where's your daughter? Where's your third cousin? Where's your church friends? Where's your co-workers? Where's your neighbors? Where's your fishing buddy? Like, listen, Gina, Barb, you have got to invite some folks and get them involved and tell them, listen, there's free $15. I know you don't know what Whatnot is. Here, let me download it real quick on your phone. I'm gonna be on tonight at 7 o'clock. Just click here, buy something worth $15. I get the $15 and you get the free item. Barb, no excuses. Get to work. She knows I'm playing. She knows I'm playing. Really, you have to, starting off, one, you're at a very competitive time. Okay. Think about the time you run. All of you new sellers out there, think about this. Okay. Most of the big dogs on this platform, okay, most of the big dogs on this platform run during the day. They treat it like a business. They're on here from 8 to 2, not even real business hours, right? Those are the most competitive times. Most people are in those big shows. Most smaller people are raiding into those shows. Okay, it's just logic. Why would I ever raid somebody with two people when there's this guy over here that has 200? That's 200 potential new customers if this guy calls me out. Should always be raiding into your own category, raiding into people that they're buying jewelry. I want to raid into somebody that's selling jewelry. I accidentally raided into a t-shirt guy last night. Um, in the evenings, as new sellers, in the middle of the night, that is where you're going to be successful in the beginning. Okay. A lot less big dogs on, a lot of folks on during the evening. They can't sleep. They're eating their ice cream. Okay. New sellers, try running late at night, early in the morning. Okay. You need to be inviting your friends and family, and you want to do a day show and compete with the big dogs. You need to have your own little support system. 10 p.m. and after, I'm saying like 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. Think about the East Coast. Think about the West Coast. I don't know where you're located. Okay. But those components for new sellers are, again, your first show, Whatnot algorithm is pushing traffic to you. They want you to be successful. Most people's hard shows are their second and third show. So now you're going to have to speed it up a little bit and figure out, invite some folks, think about your timing. Okay. Late at night, you'll get 10 times more raids than you will during the day as a new seller. If you're in the jewelry category and there's only two people running at 2 o'clock in the morning, I have two options. During the day, there's 200. Okay. My options are, and I'm going to choose the person with the most people in the room. That's the mindset. Okay. If Barb wants me to look at it, you're a teacher by day. I get it. I understand. Um, do a weekend one. If 10 o'clock works for you, try at 10 o'clock and see what rock and rolls. You know what I'm saying? What category are you in? Hold on, I'm looking. You're in the jewelry category. First off, I'm going to help you out here. Okay, you're in my category, and I'm just going to be very blunt and honest. Is that okay? Again, I say this to help you, not to ever hurt you. You're in my category, and yeah. You ready? You're a teacher. My grandma's a teacher. I just feel like behind the scenes, you want to just like tear me up, but I'm just trying to help you. I'm going to switch you around, actually. $9 start bids? Nope. I know you're a teacher and you guys like to uncapitalize everything. That needs to be all capped. You need to get rid of that $9 start bid that scares the crap out of people. Okay. That picture, I understand it's kind of like what you're selling. I want something else. Okay. I want something like this down here. Okay. That picture is boring. Okay. It's probably wonderful items. It's probably great stuff, but it's a boring picture. I want you to create an invitation like you're sending somebody a birthday card. Okay. A thank you card. I want you to create something that is creative. I mean, like this, you see what I'm saying? I love your picture as well. Look at your profile to me though. I'm going to show it to you live. When I see you, look at my messages. Can you read what that is? Look at Lady K's down below. You need to blow that up. You need to enhance that cameo in the wording. Okay? Blow it up for me. Or make it just a little bit, that way it really, in the wording you can't see what it says whatsoever. You know, if I even when I join your whatnot page live, I have no idea sitting here at my desk. Let me point those lights away. Can you read that? Again, I'm sitting, I have a very big screen on my, but I can't read it. Like the image and the thought is great, but it doesn't, you can't read it, even when I zoom in. So you're gonna have to play with that image a little bit, and go look at it. I want to know when you enter my room that it's you. Okay. All I see now is a cameo. I want to know it's your name. And I'd also probably frame that picture, put like a bright color around it, to contrast it, probably the exact same color as whatever you're going to use for the Barb's Love of Vintage Jewelry. Okay, those two, but you know what I'm saying. Frame it in. Short, sweet. Um, you teachers are like a sisterhood. That should be in your profile. If you're a teacher, Barb, you teach fifth grade, you teach high school, you're the swatter, the principal. Like, listen, people, you teachers are like, y'all are like glue. You know what I'm saying? Paper and glue right there. So make sure you put that in your profile. I think that's important. I love teachers, even though they didn't like me. Um, the $9 start bid, you need to totally get rid of that. That nobody will go in there. Beautiful brooches, signed and unsigned. Some key words you are missing. Okay. Big, beautiful brooches, costume jewelry. If there's a signed piece of Kramer or a Weiss, I want to see that word in there. Okay. But again, you're missing the words costume, jewelry, vintage, some of those highlight words. Very important that you put those into your titles of your shows. Okay. I can go and see what you got going on in the show. Oh, you have not been watching me, Barb. You're setting yourself up for failure on your how you're setting up your products. So you realize you have right now, which is fine, you're a new seller, but in the long run, this won't work. Okay. The long is is failure. It'll work for a little bit, but at some point when you become successful and you're having to go, Gina bought this, Fred bought this, Sarah bought this, God put this over here. Do you see how much time you're taking up in between? Okay. Oh, I'm just gonna write the name. Sarah G. I'm gonna throw it in the bag and I'll find it later. Okay. Can you imagine selling 600 items and that working? It won't. So if you're wanting to grow at that expansion rate or ever plan on actually getting 200 sales a show, you're going to have to set yourself up differently. Okay. And creating all of those products. Listen, it's fine if you reschedule too. Your video is your background is great. Okay, your setup is great. I'm looking at your photo here. You have got great camera. You've got great lighting in your show. Okay. Um, even if it's a $9 start bids, that scares most people. Okay, in this category. if you, I know you're a new seller and you're like, this scares me. I'd much rather you do $2 or $3 starts. Okay. Create that momentum as a new seller. If you want to keep some of your more expensive items until you can afford to let those start at 2 or 3, do that. But a lot of this small, mediocre jewelry, run it. Okay. It being inventory is doing you no good. Run, run, run. Create the need, create the want. I will tell you, people cheat themselves out of money all the time. Happened to me today. I bought something for $65 and it was probably worth 300. Okay. But she started it at $65 and it scared everybody away. Okay. So just a thought process there. I'll show you. Should it be less? Yes, absolutely. Sylvia, so you can create one profile and edit that profile before you ever start it. There's no need for two, three, four, five profiles. You can change the dollar amount, you can change the weight, okay, under one profile by just simply clicking edit, select, save, start. You've now edited that profile versus going at the end of your show going, okay, this is profile number 2, this is 2 pounds, right? Like, or sitting there and having to write everybody's name on it. This is my numeric system. And I don't care if those were 10 pound, 1 5 or 5 pound boxes. Okay. Okay. I've shipped a lot out of this. So when I go to ship, I'm like, okay, Gina bought 150, Gina bought number 98, Gina bought number 89, and Gina bought number 82. Grab those, put them in a box. Okay. And you don't have to use those bags that I use. If it's big items, you can just get you some contractor pay or tape and write the number on there. Okay. You don't need a bunch of stickers. Matter of fact, I hate stickers. Most people don't realize this. Don't ever put a sticker on top of the item. Always put it on the bottom or in it. It peels off the paint on things all the time, and I hate that when people do that. You know what I'm saying? Get you a marker, get you some painter's tape, put it on the bottom and number it. You're using a bag, put it in a bag and number it. And I'll show you how to do that in just a second. Okay. Other than that, the quality, you're fine. You've scared off a lot of people by doing the $9. Okay. Play with your profile picture a little bit. Let me know it's really you when you come in. Okay. I think that's important. Sucking Live. Treasured is in the room. If you guys don't follow her, she's amazing. How long you been on now? No, never. There's no way to get off track. That's the thing is you force the issue. But I'll show you. Yeah, you. It automatically counts for you. If something sells and it's item number 1, it is automatically assigns number 2. If number 2 doesn't sell, it says, listen, we're still on number 2. That one didn't sell. I mean, it doesn't physically say that, but you restart the auction, it's like, oh, this is still 2. Well, that means the last item didn't sell, right? Yella, you want me to look at your profile? You agree to allow me to look at your profile? Don't ever think I'm a butthole. Just realize I'm trying to help. Um, Danielle Santiago. Um, Danielle, I'd probably take your full name off. Um, if you want to be called Danielle, that's great. Just put Danielle whatnot, or I do that for security reasons because I just feel like the more information I give them, that if they're creating fake or spam emails or something and they know my full name, it's like, oh look, it's Yelly Poo, Florida, or FL. You've just given them more information. So for security reasons, I don't put my full name on there. Your customer's going to know your full name. They're going to get a package from you unless you set your account up where it just says your name, right? But it says, hello, I'm a mom of 4 and they keep me busy. I fell in love with whatnot and thought I would start giving it a try. Thank you for your interest in my new venture. Listen, get rid of all of it. Get rid of all of that. Okay. People won't read bios, and I'm not being mean. I'm not being a butt here. Okay. Go in and look at my profile. I want you to layer the cake, keep everything on the left side of the screen, and then I want you to put mom of four boys, four girls, or busy mama. You know what I'm saying? Put busy mama, and then I want you to layer that cake, okay, with all kinds of just creative information, what you sell, what you got going on, what direction you're going, but I want you to bullet point it. I don't want full sentences. I don't want a capital H and a period at the end, if that makes sense. Okay. Bullet point it, bring it down. What happens is you force the eyes to read it. If the eyes have to go right, people won't do it. They're lazy, okay? Or they just don't care. So, bullet point it, force it over, and then it forces the eye to read it. Under 1 day shipping, about 200 items sold, 461 followers. Um, items sold. How many shows did it take you to sell 197 items? Yes, the brochures are in there. I've got 250 of them. Okay. New sellers, listen, I know there's a lot of like online, let's watch this. Okay. I'm the type of person where if it's in my hands, I'm like, all right, do this, do this, do this. Okay. That's what this is. It's a seller help guide. It is the best information you're going to get. How to set up your profiles. Okay. Jewelry sellers. Most of us are selling items under 16 ounces, or the entire order is under 16 ounces. Listen, that means you get to pass on the savings to your customers. Okay. That means your items are 1 or 2 ounces, and hopefully I can keep your package under 16 ounces, and you're only spending $4 on my show or $5 on my show. Okay. That's important. People calculate shipping into, oh my goodness, this flashlight cost me 20, but it cost me $10 to ship it. It's now a $30 flashlight. You guys selling under 16 ounces. Okay. You big dogs are selling heavy items over 16 ounces. This is how you want to set yours up. You jewelry sellers, listen, you're doing it wrong. And then when you go to do your shipping, do it on a computer. I get so many questions. I'm trying to ship from my phone. Listen, you need a computer, an iPad. The options are different. Okay. Some quick tips and tricks, best practices. Okay. Our two sponsors, all of my family. Again, best $4 you'll spend. I don't make anything off of it. It just helps people out. Okay. Is it okay if I tell people I do profiles and thumbnails for free? Absolutely, Bozo. Listen, Bozo's on here. This is why I love this community. If you want to have Bozo create you something, again, he's not going to be mad or anything like that if you don't use it. He sent me one the other day, and it's super cool. I saved it on my computer. At some point, I'll probably use it as one of my show ones. But he does all kinds of really cool, creative. If I could tell people to really, you know, if you know Bozo or not, his profile picture, we automatically have a thought process of association with his profile picture. We all know who that is. It's very bright, it's very vivid. He doesn't even have to put the word bozo on there for me to know that's bozo. Okay. We associate pictures with names. You may have the best name in the world and nobody will ever remember it because your profile picture does not fit the puzzle piece. You can have the best profile picture though, and we all know who you are, bozo, right? Does that make sense? So very, very important for that profile picture to really hit the target. Okay. And I would say if your name's confusing, if people are always like, Yelly Poo, Florida, right? I want you to really think about that name. Okay. How are people going to remember that name? When I see your profile picture, how do I know it's Yelly without looking at her name? Okay. Think of how to do that. Okay. That's very important. You drive down the road, you see a big M, you know it's McDonald's, right? You drive down the road and you see a big A for Arby's, you know it's Arby's, right? Or a Sonic sign, or all the other millions and millions of brands out there that we know automatically because of their signage, their advertisement, their profile picture. You too need to create one. Okay. And that's how people will associate and remember you. How can you spice it up? Listen, listen. Hold on. Your picture is very dark. Okay. Your picture is very, very dark. I have no idea, again, what I'm entering into. Your signage, I want you to look at Bozo's and I want you to look at yours. Your signage, I have no idea who you are. Okay. It's probably an amazing picture, but when you enter my room, I have no idea who that is. Okay. Sometimes too much is bad. I want you guys to remember that. What you see in Bozo's picture is about 5 different color variants, all very bright, very colorful, and straight to the point as far as who that is. I don't care what the rest of his name is, but he used the word bozo, and I will always say bozo, right? So think about those things when you're creating your accounts. If you're a new seller, even, it's not too late. You don't have 20, 30,000 followers. You don't have 30 or 40 people in your shows all the time. You're still okay. As long as you don't have any open orders, you can write whatnot and say, hey, listen, or undelivered orders, I should say. You can write whatnot, say I'd like to make my name this. Go search on whatnot, make sure that name's not already taken. They always say this. If you change your name, what happens is this. You don't lose anything. You've just changed your name. All your followers are still there. Nothing goes away. Your account stays the same, just your name changes, right? It's like getting married. You still got all the sisters and brothers and the mama and daddy. You've just changed your last name. That's all there is to it. What am I looking at? I hope I answered your question. Yeah, lighter picture. Hold on, I'm not done. AJ. Oh, you're a youngin', aren't you? How old are you, Volt? Oh, don't tell me how old you are. You're under the age of 25, aren't you? Don't tell me how old you are. You're a youngin'. AJ, really, you're in this generation, I can tell. You're young. Create a logo. Okay. I love your hand drawing of Wolverine and Spider-Man, by the way. Love it. Okay. I love the picture of Stranger Things. He's probably like, I am not young at all. Anyway, profile picture. To me, when I see your name, I automatically think of a safe or a vault. Okay. With that vault, what I would do is I would create a vault maybe and then put some magnets on it with Stranger Things or people from Stranger Things. That's what I would do because then I would associate the word vault with a category in which you're selling at, and the two meet each other. Okay. And let that be your profile picture. That is what I would do. Volt, Vaulted collects. If you're doing the Marvel thing, the Stranger Things cards, that's what I would do. Is I'd create a huge vault or a safe, and I would put magnets on it. Or something setting on top of it with Stranger Things or Marvel guys fighting or something. You know what I'm saying? People will associate that. Yeah, banner photo as well. Again, we don't see your banner photo. It's just your background. Create a background color, okay? Either a solid color, you see how I did an American flag, but if you create this little logo and nobody sees it, So just do some color background. Sylvia, again, please review my. Listen, Lady K. Lady K wants to review it all. Cool, 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 cool. Anybody else want me to take a look? Pretty smart finds. Love your name. I have no idea what's in your picture. Okay. And I don't want you just to take my word for it. Okay. You see, this is you. I'm getting in trouble. See the red chat? Don't red chat me anything mean. So I would really bring some color and vibrance to that. Okay. Because we can't see it. I have no idea. Unless look at your name, I don't know it's you. Okay. So you need to create a logo that I know it's you. Bright, colorful. Okay. Y'all love your pinks, but they're not bright and colorful. Do you some Tiffany? Do you some like Tiffany blue and Hermes orange, a Burberry blue? You know, do some of those color variants. You know, it's kind of like this necklace. Hold on, I'm looking at this necklace. You got two types of logos. You got this one, and you got this one. Which one stands out the most? Okay. And I'm using jewelry as an analogy because y'all get it. Okay, you want to be this necklace over here, bright, beautiful. Okay, you want your billboard to stand out. When there's 1,000 billboards out there, you want yours to stand out. What makes you different? What makes you unique? I want to be able to throw that pile of ties on the floor and say, "That's Hermes. That's Hermes. That's Hermes." Okay, so think of it like that. Okay, list of people. All right, hold on. Give me a second. I've got a list. I'm looking at Pretty Smart right now, and then I'll start going. Holly, again, I'll take your full name off there. There's no information whatsoever under your profile. Definitely go in there and add some information. We all have stories, right? Breast cancer survivor, um, nurse. I support the Children's Hospital. I donate my 2 hours to the library. You need to set some profile information. There definitely needs to be a connect. I promise you, you have a tribe out there, you have a people out there that will want to find you. Okay. They want to grab you. And they, like I said, teachers are like glue and paper. Okay. You guys, right? You want to find your tribe. So definitely put some information in there. Your next show, you only have one show scheduled. Go in there and create another show. You should never, ever, ever, ever have one show scheduled. Always at least two. The reason being is if I come in and I love you, Holly, and you don't have another show for another week or two, I forget you. Okay, that's what consistency is. But if I come in and I absolutely love you and you have another show scheduled in a week, I'm going to bookmark it and I'm going to come back to your show. Even if you have to edit or change that date, you're like, Brock, I just can't do that. Listen, Gina, you can do it. Okay. You can schedule another show and edit or change that time. Okay. But you want the bookmarks. Your show picture is amazing. Okay. When I look at your show picture, I know what I'm getting into. Okay. I know what I'm walking into. It's a mystery pool. Shoot, you might have some blenders, you might have some shoes up in that sucker. You know what I'm saying? Mixed inventory, blowout, beauty, home, electronics. Okay. I'm not in this category. I know it's a crowded category. What just happened to my doggone phone here? Well, that one's cut out. Um, I would suggest in this category, being a crowded category, that you put some of the items, brand names into your actual title, okay, of your show. If you got Maytag, you got Jimmy Choo, you got, I don't know, whatever else it is, lipstick. What is that? Lorient or Mary Kay or Avon, any of those brand names, I would really put that into your title too, to really capture not only a broad audience, but a more specific audience, okay, as a new seller. And as you grow, listen, most of you guys don't realize this. Again, I've only been on for a year. A lot of these folks been on here 3, 4 years, okay? They already have their audience. You're after part of those audiences. You're after finding your followers, your customer base. I can start a show and I can put just the letter one in it, and 30 or 40 people will join my show because those are my customers. They've got a notification that says, "Oh, Brock's on. Don't know when he'll be on again. I better go right now," right? I don't want to miss this show because I bought something last week for $50 and I sold it for 300. That's a return lifetime customer. For a lot of you new sellers, you think I can do that as well. You cannot. You need specifics. I need to know you're the new store on the block and this is what you got. Okay. Don't just say mixed inventory. There needs to be some information up in that joint. You know what I'm saying? So get you some information in your titles and make sure that you are trying to find that specific buyer as well as that broad audience and buyer as well. Okay. Or bidders. I'm after bidders. I'm not after buyers. I'm after bidders. Okay. And you are too. Yeah, you want to sell things, but you're after the bids. I want 10 people bidding things up, right? You're after the bidders, not the buyers. Because if a buyer gets something for $3 versus you had 10 bidders and it ran up to $30, we're after bidders, baby. Let's do this, right? Your show picture is great. I like that picture. Can get you another show scheduled. Be a little bit more specific. Definitely love the name. Love the name. I don't like the underscores, but it works because of what you're doing. Take your last name out. Highly suggested. I would also change your profile picture completely. I have no idea what it is. It's too just, the pink just doesn't work. It doesn't stand out whatsoever. Okay. Do a Mary Kay pink or something. You know what I'm saying? Do something that really, I know this is pretty smart finds. With your type of name, you can really take off really fast. That's a great name. I want to see something pretty. I want to see something smart. And I want you to be holding something that you found. Okay. I don't want a picture of you, but you can create a like a profile picture or do something that's pretty and it's smart and it's a cool find. Okay. We'll leave it at that. All right. Who's next on my list? Again, my DMs are always open. For some reason, I don't answer your question. I miss it. I'm not being rude in any way, shape, or form. I don't ever tend to like go out of order or anything like that. Even in my shows, if you know, I don't do any requests because that's just not me. I like to just run stuff. You know what I'm saying? I see something, it's like, let's talk about it right now. This popped up in my chat. I run with it. But my mods are trying to keep a list. Don't bink them down here. Listen, Lady K's always playing with her logo. She's like got 300 of them. One day she's a chicken, the next day she's a squirrel, and then it's parrot day, and next it's curly headed girl day, cowboy hat. I'm just waiting for like the I don't know, the big Arby's sign. You know what I'm saying? What's McDonald's slogan? What's McDonald's slogan? We got the meats. Listen, okay. Am I lying, Amber? Am I lying? When she started, I told her, I was like, "Sell your two-headed chicken." She's like, "They don't have two-headed chickens." Me and Amber went to a museum together, and they had like 10 of them. What's Arby's slogan? We've got the beef. What's McDonald's slogan? I'm loving it. Yeah, Lady K. I think her new slogan for her show is "We got the meats." Oh, it's Emily made me something to eat, and I'm not eating it. Hold on. Thank you. All right, who else do you want me? I'm not fired. I was never hired to be fired. This is free, baby. This is free advice. I'm not trying to sell you nothing. I get to just tell you my personal thoughts. You can love me, you can hate me, you can unfollow me, you can kick me out. I'm just telling you what works. Okay, what's worked for me. I will make over $500,000 this year on this platform. That's guaranteed. Okay, in just 2 years, I will make profit margin, make over $500,000 this year. I just tell you things that work for me. You know, I'm nobody special. I work hard. I have fun. I enjoy it. I think that's a lot of it. I love the community. I love being able to have the conversation. Again, I'll say it again. The platform is not just about selling things. Okay. It's about a community of people that get together, that get to know one another, and they find their tribes, they find their best friends, they find their little sisters, their old sisters, right? That is what makes this platform successful. There's a lot of other platforms out there selling a lot of the same stuff. People enjoy Whatnot because you get a live person. You find people you like, you find your paper, your glue, right? You take the two components and you put them together. People like to buy stuff, they like to get a good deal. They also like the community. And when I'm tired of you, I can turn you off. I can be done with you. I don't have to clean up your mess. I don't have to wash your plate. I don't have to drive anywhere. I can just jump on Whatnot and have this community and this conversation. And I enjoy that just as much as I enjoy buying things. And that's what makes it successful. Okay. I've done eBay for 20 years. I am bored and burnt out of eBay. The fees have gone nuts, right? It's just not me anymore. And there is no community. And so I just like struggle to really ever even go over there anymore. You know what I'm saying? The shipping's fast. You're going to normally get your items within the week. If there was a lady on here that didn't get her clip, and it's my fault. I sold like 40 of them in a show, and it's like, I got to get more. But she'll get that. But it's relatively fast. And I would say relatively a lot of good folks. You know what I'm saying? To be successful, you have to be good folk, and that's all there is to it, right? Good folk. Yeah, I don't do the whole fast. You know what I'm saying? That's again, you like Walmart. I know who the person that greets me at Walmart is all the time, and I enjoy that part of Walmart. I hate everything else about it, but that's Walmart realized that there needs to be a greeting. Hello, how are you doing? Welcome to Walmart. You enter a restaurant. Can I seat you? You know, there's a recognition and people have recognized and businesses recognized as you get so much more by greeting somebody, right? I think you have to do the same thing on Whatnot. Okay. Community, have fun. You don't have to go too far left. You don't have to go too far right. You get a vibe. I get vibe from people, and I'm like, can't do this one. You know what I'm saying? Or if somebody's yelling at me or screaming at me or bid. Oh my God, I lost. I'm like, oh, I don't do it. See you later. And that's just me. That's some people's game, and it's just not mine. Impact. Yeah, absolutely. Impact people. That's a lot of it. A lot of you get to a point where a lot of your customers become a routine customer. You've created a relationship. I don't just tag people for my entire show. If there's something comes up and I'm like, listen, I know Gina likes this. I'll tag Gina. Hey, listen, this is coming up, or I have one of my mods do it, but I don't really do that even. But they automatically get this bookmark. They like you. They're bookmarking your show, so it's important. All right. Questions, concerns. I'm gonna have to set you up here so I don't lose you. Make sure you're plugged in. It says you're plugged in. Hey, Em, will you bring me a battery pack if you get time? Will you bring me a battery pack if you get time? I don't know if this thing's charging correctly. Will you bring me a battery pack? I think it's about time to replace my phone. It keeps when I do these shows, like it gets me down to 1%. It shows it's charging, but I don't think it can keep up with the app. All right, who's next? All right, Prime. Prime pre-loved. I better see the word 101 in your profile picture. All right. Have you been listening to me tonight? So it's staying at 1%. Prime love. Here. You still in here? Let's see if this works better. I got this on for 42 or one. Give me a second. Mama, what are you doing? Do you want to say hi to everybody, he Mama? Apple. Oh, does he? Is this thing charging it now? It should be. See, crap happens. I think my phone's gone bad. Well, one of these, huh? Yeah, it's sitting out by the chair. Yeah. Yay, you're back. All right, now whose profile was I taking a look at? Thank you. Prime Pre-Love 101. Okay. Hey, I love. Okay, you're young. You're a girl. Utilize your youth and your beauty to your advantage. Okay, meaning that a lot of these things you can put on and you can model them. Okay, and so I would highly suggest that if a girl goes into your show and she likes and sees you wearing something, especially with your buy it now items, she's going to buy it. If it looks good on you, it's going to look good on me as well. And so I utilize your youth and your beauty to definitely have the advantage over a lot of folks. Okay. Because we're not all pretty, um, beautiful ladies like you. So I would say do that. Again, you know how to do all this stuff. You're young. You're a generation that you guys grew up with this. You can be very creative in your profile. Right now, it's a bio. Get rid of that. Get rid of that bio. I want you to cut all the verbiage out of it and I want you to stack it, have fun, be creative. Okay. Your profile picture, nobody will remember you. Okay. I know you're beautiful, you're blonde, you know, I want you to create a business logo. Okay. Preferably not a caricature. Okay. See a lot of these caricatures. I won't remember them. Create something that is prime and it's pre-loved and there should be a big 101 in there somewhere. Okay. It's like the you guys all watch all the TV shows where they have like 6666 ranch and double A okay, you know, all these Western themes. For you, that 101, I would love to see prime loved 101. Okay. Again, too much sometimes is not good. I'd keep it short and simple. Make it bright, beautiful, and colorful. Okay. You have no shows. Get you some shows scheduled, at least two. Okay, even if you have to edit the time and date. Again, the background picture, we can't see it. I would just go with the solid color. It looks like bunny ears or something. Okay, that background. I don't know why we can do this one, but we can't do this one. What not? What's up with that? Why is it we can do the top part but not the bottom part? Hello, Gina. So for you, that's what I would recommend. Okay. I really can't even give you a whole lot of information because you don't have a show scheduled or anything or a profile picture up there. Go play with that. Come back next week or here in a little bit. Work on it. Do your homework. Come back and ask me to do it again. Okay. It doesn't matter. I'm just saying, nobody can see anybody's. If you look at mine, it's just you can kind of tell it's the American flag. So the best thing to do with that is just select a bright, colorful, or maybe your favorite blue, or you know what I'm saying, an orange color. But just make it a solid color is what I would do. I Jacob. I Gina. Hi Jacob. I'm sure your mom is so happy you're home. She missed you. I hope that golden egg is somewhere around there. Smitty's wrap it up. Hey, you are the next winner. We'll do those in threes. I'll open up in threes. So, you'll get something physical from me. I don't do the sticker thing. I don't do the flat rate envelope thing. I actually physically send you things. And so you'll get something physical and I'll show it to you in just a minute. I got my ears lowered. How did I get my ears lowered? Yeah, absolutely. TC Treasure. Okay. So I can definitely see the TC and I can definitely see the word treasure. I can't see the word hunter. whatsoever in your profile picture. I would definitely golden it up. Really, like it's once I click on it, I can see it, but I'd really make that sucker stand out. Thomas Hickey, I'm going to tell you, get rid of your last name just for security reasons. 2.9% sold, 4,500 followers, 5.0 rating. I think you hit it head on. Okay, now let's play with that profile picture and really make those the letters knock me in the face. Okay, I think you can really brighten it up, make it stand out, and you might even take. So you've layered TC, treasure, and hunters. You might play with it and see if you take the top two words TC and treasure and then put hunters on the bottom circle. Does that make sense? Like it's doing this, and you got TC here, and to kind of play with that and see if that makes it stand out more. Okay, instead of just layering it one after one after one, you might take that word hunters and go at the bottom, and then you might be able to put like a character or something in between those two things, because I see that you're kind of doing this. Um, like you got Spider Woman or She Woman or something in one of these pictures. You're doing some collectibles and stuff, and you've got. It looks like you're. I can't even think of the show right now. Again, my brain is not always. So you got Indiana Jones looking you probably. I would put Indiana Jones in there and then run treasures underneath. Play with that logo and make it really stand out, pop. Okay. Under 1 day shipping, 4,500 followers. Love how you've layered the cake there. Very easy. I'll read that. I won't read the top, but I'll read the antique collectible coins. Okay. Your shop. You got some items in your shop. I think that's great. Again, in order to become a premier seller, you have to have sold some quality listings. Buy Tom a white monster and get 5 random Pokemon cards. Buy Celsius sugar free monster and get 5 random Pokemon cards. Let me take a screenshot of this real quick. I think you're good. I just want to make sure. I'm looking at listings, and if I ever catch anything where I think I'm not fully understanding how the components and how that works, I'll take a screenshot and I'll look at it and think about it, and then maybe read some terms of service just to make sure that you're. I think you, and if I don't think you, I'll holler at you. There's some quirky things that sometimes I come across. And I'm like, yeah, you can't do that. Also, anybody that's doing giveaways, listen to me, okay? Whatnot has their terms of service. Read them very carefully about how giveaways are supposed to be done. Okay. And then what I want you to do is go whatever state you live in. Okay. Whatever state you live in, I want you to go in and put giveaway laws, Alabama, Oklahoma. Read and make sure that you're following all the state and federal regulations as far as giveaways. Giveaways are not a one size fit all. This platform kind of treats it like that, but they are not. Each state has its own regulations pertaining to giveaways. If you're like me, I don't want nobody knocking on my door. I don't want my account being in any kind of trouble. I know Whatnot. They have their own terms of service, but they do not supersede law. Okay, so make sure that you're reading up. I don't care what any big seller says out there. Oh, everybody else is doing it. Listen, okay, just because everybody else is doing 1,000 miles an hour doesn't mean at some point every one of them get pulled over. But if you're abiding by the laws, you're golden, right? And that's how I look at things. So be careful listening to some of these folks. Make sure you're reading not only the terms of service on Whatnot, but your state and federal regulations. My state requires that I post them or have them available to anybody. They are posted in my profile. If you'd like to know any of the state or federal giveaways in terms of service or terminology as far as giveaways in Oklahoma that was written by a lawyer here in Oklahoma. Okay. I am following all state and federal regulations and guidelines. You never have to buy anything from me. I only do follower givings, no purchase necessary. Okay. So make sure, care who you listen to. I don't care what profile you go read. Go do your homework. Understand what you're doing. This is your business. Just because everybody else is cheating the tax man doesn't mean you should, because it'll catch up and it'll hurt at some point. So, and it might hurt all of us at some point. They might say, listen, we're going to take it all away because everybody's abusing it. You just never know. But again, go do your research. What are the requirements? What are giveaway terminology? Because there is, I promise you, every state in the United States has laws and regulations that regulate giveaways. Okay. That's why you flip over candy bar and it says you have 1 in 257,346 chances of winning. No purchase necessary. Just send us this indie wrapper and, you know, so what makes your business stand out? I would say great deals. Part of it is going to be great deals. Um, I think your personality, I think the way you do things, your expectations. Again, a lot of people will grow at a very, 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 very slow rate when they're asking full retail on items. And let's not say you might be at a lot of times what happens, folks, is by starting an auction, you get more than retail. Honestly, okay. You can go look at completed listings on eBay or wherever it is you're looking at. And a lot of times my items on here will do more than a completed listing. And what I love, and this is my thought process behind this as well, is people, an item's value is what somebody's willing to pay for it, right? An item's value isn't what it sold for a week ago. How many of you have bought something and then went back to buy it again and the price is double? Or you bought something and you went back and it's now half price. A market and determination of value is based on two people's evaluation and what it's worth to them. Again, I've been in the auction business over 20 years, represented some of the largest contracts in the nation, to include the state of Oklahoma. Okay. An item's value should never be determined by what it sold for a week ago or even a year ago. Was gold price the same a week ago or a year ago? Okay. So, yes, you can put some items out there. Yes, I want you to show some of your pretties. Let people know you got product. But do you have to list it all in your store? No, I hate that. If I wanted to do that, I'd go to a different platform called eBay. And I've been doing that 20 years. And I hate that. I'm done with that. Right. Um, I want to be able to pick it up and say, here it is. What's its value, and sell it. Okay. The process is a million times faster, a lot easier. Okay. So think about that. I would not, Picky. Listen, your name is amazing. You know how many thoughts, as soon as I read your name, how many thoughts came to mind as to what I would create my profile picture with that name? A picky chick. First of all, it should be a chick. Okay. I don't know what you sell, but if you're into clothing or jewelry, like it better be the best and you better have like this chick that is just super picky. Okay. That is the mindset. Your profile picture, I will never remember you. Okay. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you. It's just not a business logo. You drive down the street, okay? Do you know who owns McDonald's? Is his profile picture up on there? You know what I'm saying? Now, some businesses get huge and you automatically know who they are because of news channels or whatever, right? But most businesses do not have their face planted on a billboard or on the side of the building, okay? That's the thought process here. Now, if you want to use it, great. That's just my opinion. You want growth, you want to create an image that people will remember, and they have a hard time remembering faces. Unless you're a realtor, okay, or you're a lawyer, normally you don't see faces on billboards of companies, okay? So, thought process. The clown. Um, and Kat, I did get your message earlier, by the way. So, TC Treasure, just a thought process. You know what I'm saying? Don't get too gimmicky. Listen, don't get too gimmicky with some of the stuff you see from the bigger sellers doing. I personally try to stay away from gimmicks. Useful information. People are much more apt to a value on something that brings value versus, you know what I'm saying, five Pokemon cards. You know, I love how you set it up. I'm just curious how that, just be careful. I think you're fine. But some of the stuff I see on here is really gimmicky. Like buy my dog a treat. Like some of that gets kind of gimmicky, you know? Well, just tip me for a Momo treat. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Be careful. A lot of those new accounts, they're doing some weird, funny stuff just to get to their 1,000 cells, which you're way past that. But other than that, I love it. What am I looking at? Cece's Treasures. CC. I can't see what it is at all. I have no idea. Look, I'm going to turn around. This is what I see. Even when I zoom in, okay, it is definitely, we have no idea. Your profile picture, I have no idea. I mean, it's blurry no matter what. That's not because I'm zooming in. Definitely need to go in there and play with that profile picture. Okay. Um, CC's Jewelry, vintage to modern. Think that's too, for a new seller, that's too short and sweet, honey. You're going to have to go in there and, I don't, modern boho. Again, I don't think I would sell in that category. Change it over to costume jewelry, vintage costume jewelry. I see that you've got modern and vintage on. If you have any part of vintage, again, remember, I'm a jewelry seller. Okay, please, please, please. If this is something, this is my category. If you have anything vintage, you have 1,000 more people in the vintage category than you do in modern or boho. So as long as you got a piece or two of vintage jewelry, you need to be putting it into that category to do your show. CC's jewelry, vintage to modern. Nope. You need to put in there costume. CC's jewelry is fine. What I put in there: costume, vintage, and modern. Some name brands. If you have Miriam Haskell, you have Weiss, you have Juliana, you have sterling silver rings, milk glass, uranium glass. I want to see some of those keywords in your title. Right now, it tells me nothing. Nobody, a lot of people don't know who you are. You're just now, you've just opened your store doors. How do you get them in the door? Okay. That's how you do it. Change your profile picture, and come back to me once you do this because I don't want to put too much on your plate. You really have to get under that 2 day shipping too. You know, you're not selling a lot. It should be no big deal for you to ship it the same day, or at least get it out early that next morning. Okay. So really cut that down, work on that. Whatever you're willing to sell, set aside amount of time to send it out the same day, and make sure you're getting those scanned. Okay. Um, that's all I'm going to put on your plate for right now. Profile picture. Let's get that down, and then I want you to go in there and change the title of that show. Come back, ask me to look at it again. Okay, CC, sell it all like I do. I got vintage, I got modern, I got barrettes, I've got Lulu dolls or whatever those things. You know what I'm saying? Just have fun with it. You don't have to be specific. Soap, beard oil, earplugs. I don't know what these things are. I got these off the platform. This is in one of my random boxes. What in the heck? I bought a random box and this is what's in it. Can't figure out what it is. Oh, I just lost the some kind of glass or something. I don't know. Anyway, that came in one of my random. There's a guy that sells random stuff out of pallets, and I like to go in there and buy it and then give it away. It's fun. Dolls, whatever, right? Clowns. I don't know if I've sold any clowns. All right, who's next? It looks like a test tube or a hookah or something. You know what I'm saying? I thought it was some kind of pipe or something. I was like, what is this? What can I use this for? Was my next thought process. What can I use this? I'll use this for something. I never will. A dab rig? I don't even know what that is. All right. Next profile we're taking a look at is Mama. Mama D's Design. Are you in here? Mama D, you still in here? If you are, just put something in the chat for me real quick. Mama D, did you leave me? Are you cheating on me, Mama D? She said, see ya. See ya, Gina. Looks like goes on a, I don't know what it is. There's another part of it. Next. They're cheating on me. So this was the rest of it. All right. I didn't show you guys all of it. This is why I thought it was like a pipe or something. This all came in this box. What in the conniption is this? So there's one part of it. Here's another part of it. I sat here played with it for like 30 minutes. I was like, what is this? And then there's this thing. Emily's like, you're buying pipes. I'm like, no, I'm not. It was in one of my random boxes. So cool. Oh, I don't even know what that is. Thank you for the information. It's a science experience. It's a bong. It came in off this platform. Again, I buy big old like random boxes. You'll spend like $2 or $3 on this box. And you have no idea what's in it. Okay. 921 shipping, so you got like $12 in it. And I got a box with 100 coloring books in it. I got a box of headphones and eye things, and you know what I'm saying? Like it's fun. And then you get some weird stuff like that. Brooks or something, I think is his name. Next profile, Anna Banana. Listen, I don't even need to look at Anna's. I've already looked at Anna's. She's been coming in my shows. Anna, how long have you been here? Anna, sorry, I'm hungry. Anna, how long have you been listening to me tonight? How long have you been listening to me tonight? Did you just come in? You've been in here 30 minutes? You've been here a few hours? All right. When I look at your profile under upcoming shows, what do you need to do? You tell me. Somebody in the room tell me. Look at her profile and tell me what she needs to do under shows. you need to at least add another show. And if I come in your show and I absolutely love you, you don't have anything for me to bookmark. Okay, you're running live. You've used that show. You need to have another one scheduled. Even if you have to change the date and time, have one scheduled. Okay. But if you have one show, you should always, 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 always have two shows scheduled. Okay. Vintage jewelry treasure hunt. $10 starts. Get rid of $10 starts. It's a deterrent. Okay. Let them come in and figure out it's $10 start. Don't scare them from coming to your show from the beginning. That's like putting on a advertisement sign, new Chevy Tahoe, $89,000. You see what I'm saying? Get rid of the deterrent. Get people in on the lot. Listen, they need to buy a car. Let me figure out what fits their budget, right? Let me figure out what they're after. Okay. Thought process there is to always be welcoming to everybody, and you know, $10 starts will scare a lot of people off. Statement pieces, get rid of that. What are the statement pieces? Okay. I'd rather see Miriam Haskell, Weiss, Juliana, Victorian, Georgian, Czechoslovakian. Statement pieces does me nothing. Get rid of it. Okay. Again, you're in my category. Just being honest with you. Take all of that out. Vintage jewelry treasure hunt. That's fine. I'd put that at the end versus the first. Okay. Why I say that is a lot of that will get cut off on a phone. So the important words to start your show off with should be the words that are most capturing. Okay. Like I just said, Victorian, goth, okay, Art Nouveau, 1900s. You know what I'm saying? Those are the words that people, Bakelite, those are the words people are looking for. Shop. Shop's full. Pictures are great in there, by the way. Hold on, I'm looking at some of our shop items. Smoky quartz halo ring. Descriptions on your items in your bin, great. Okay, love that. The pictures are great in your bin, and also your pictures are great, and your verbiage is great. I give you a 10 on those. Okay, give you a 10 on those. Okay, very, very keyword oriented. Okay, title and pictures on key. Okay, again, I'm going to tell you the exact same thing. It doesn't change. Anna Banana. You're beautiful. You're a woman. You see all the other ladies doing it as well. Okay. If you're set on using your self picture, that ring on your finger better stab me in the eye. Better be a frame around that picture. You better highlight that up here. That way I know it's you. Okay. There are so many other ladies on here using their photos. It has no business meaning whatsoever. It is so hard to put your face as your logo. Okay. Okay. Walmart, then you think of Sam's. Sam has a picture, right? But how many big businesses, okay, turn the camera around and show us you. That'll click. But your actual personal profile picture, I definitely don't recommend a self-image. And if you're going to, make it bling. But Anna, when I see your name, I think of Anna Banana. I'm just letting you know that. For some reason, that's what catches me. And I know I say that all the time, so I hope I'm not like offending you in any way, shape, or form. You know what I'm saying? Hi, new here. Well, welcome to Whatnot. What do you think? Are you loving it? You enjoying it? Have you made friends? Are you making money? Or are you buying some great things? What are you up to, North? You're new to my show. Well, welcome in. Every Wednesday night, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time, we do these help shows. You get stuck, have questions, want my opinion, I'll give it to you. Again, I don't work for Whatnot. Been on the platform a little over a year. Did $350,000 in sales first year. Plan on doing 500,000 this year, pretty easy. So um, I have a lot of fun. I like teaching people, like talking to people, like trying to help. So welcome in. Who's next? Second story, I see you. Happy birthday to you. Sylvia, are you still in here? Sylvia 78. Sylvia 78. I will. We're there. My mods are trying to keep up. Doug, realize, I'll say it several times. You guys will get tired of it. To do your first show, there's a $150 first show promo. Okay. You get a free $150 with minimum requirements to do your first show. First time buyers get 15 bucks. You guys all have your own code. Okay. Be sharing those codes. She gone. Gina next. Who's Sylvia? Sylvia 78. It's a lot of fun. A lot of fun. She gone. Who's next? You want me to just I'm gonna pick somebody. Yeah, they do. Yeah, yeah. Up at the top right hand corner, if you're on a computer, there's a little sign that's a gift box. Okay. That little gift box, just click on it. Okay. You can use mine. And what happens is whoever's code you use, they get $100 and you get 150. So it's a good deal for both parties. And that's why I tell people to do it. I don't care whose you use. I'd love for you to give me $100, right? But definitely use the code. That way you get 150 and somebody else gets $100. It's free money, right? Oh, QR code. No, I don't think they give you a QR code. No, they don't. I've created that. They should. It's a smart idea. That's a really smart idea. Boy, you guys give me great ideas. Instead of a link, can we get a QR code? Oh, anybody in here from Whatnot? Did you just hear that suggestion? Can we somehow create a variation QR code for every account? That would be cool. Gina. Listen, I get to plug all these cool ideas in all the time. A lot of y'all's ideas and your thought processes are what changed this platform and where things are evolving is we as a community realize, hey, listen, I want this or I need this. This works. Again, a lot of Whatnot employees are actually sellers on the platform, which makes this great. Okay. And you won't know who they are, but a lot of them work. They actually do shows. And so they are playing with the dynamics firsthand, or the hosts are giving ideas. Let me see. QR code for referrals. Yeah, baby. All right, who's next? Absolutely. How old are you? 19? Listen, I see her in shows all the time. She cheats on me all the time. Who's next? I have millions. You have millions of what? They're coming. I hope it helped you. Really, thank you for coming in my chat and sharing that. I don't just put some thought process into it. You never know people's take on things. Again, I'm not trying to make money. I'm just trying to cover my costs and help people and answer questions. And here's something physical. You know what I'm saying? I'm not one of those guys that's charging $10 or $15 and mass producing to make $10 for every one of them. I'm not writing books, right? Like that's not my thing. Um, the wheel's already been created. There's a lot of great information out there. The best information is live information, um, free information. You know what I'm saying? Just me. There is a way. Cool. I think I created mine. But yeah, there you go. Chat box, you in here? Where's chat box? Absolutely. I want you guys to be successful. I want you to make money. The great thing about this is I see a lot of disabled folks. I see a lot of single moms. See a lot of people just needing a little extra income doing this. You know, maybe your goal is not to be some big, huge seller, and you just need an extra 200 or 300 bucks every month. Listen, what's it take you to go work that in hours for somebody, right? And then, I know people that do two, three, $4,000 every hour on the platform. There are shows on here that do $100,000. There are shows on here that do $500,000. And maybe you're not that person. Maybe you just need an extra 200 or 300 bucks. Here you go. Maybe you're a stay-at-home mom and you're like, listen, I want to raise my kids a certain way. I don't want to put them in public school, or I don't want to put them into daycare until they're 5 or 6, or they talk. I get it. This is a great secondary income where you can do that and still provide the care you're wanting to give to your child, but also bring in a little extra funds to help pay for the electricity, say, or groceries, or that. And so that's what I love about the platform. And there's no, I have to be there at 8 o'clock, and I have to be, my lunch is from 12 to 1, and then I don't close till 6 or 7. This is a business right here in your home, and it's fast and it's simple. Heartland Fines. Listen, listen. I know you're proud of each other. Okay. I know you're proud of each other, but I want you to create something around that name. Okay. I can't see your logo. Just make that back color, maybe that orange. Okay. Anytime I think Heartland, I think kind of like an antique shop, kind of. You know what I'm saying? Um, I now see your logo in your back picture here. Kinda, kinda. I'll drop it down if you can, realizing that the date and the bookmarks are covering up your logo, kind of. Yeah. So I would definitely change your profile picture. You guys are an amazing, powerful couple, Jamie. But you need to create a business logo and use that as your profile picture. Bright, vivid. Okay. I think of kind of the country Golden Corral when I think of your name. That's what comes to my mind. Heartland Fines. You go into to Cracker Barrel and they have their little store up there. It's kind of like Branson, Missouri type thing. For some reason, that's the vibe I get from it. So, and we thank you for your husband's service. We also thank you for your service, being a military spouse. or dependent can be very trying. You're left with all the chores and all the headaches when we go off and do our thing. So thank you as a wife and as the dependent, for supporting him, for being with him and helping him out. Takes two, right? I love it. I love it. All right, we joined pretty close in time. Again, I've only been on the platform a little over a year. Okay, you've got 4,000 followers. You've only sold 529 items. A lot of your followers are because you went and followed somebody else. I will deter you from that. Okay, if you're going to follow somebody, make sure it's somebody you're following because they're in your category. Maybe they're buying things. You see them. Okay, people get caught up in, I want more followers. I don't care about followers. I want buyers. I want bidders. More than buyers, I want bidders. Okay. Remember that. Organic following is very, very important. Okay. You can go into shows. There's people been on this platform for 4 or 5 years and they have 100,000, 200,000 followers, but they have the exact same number of people in their live shows as I do. Okay. I don't ever go spend money on call outs. I don't ever go in and tip. You know what I'm saying? I don't need to do that. I don't want to do that. A lot of those big shows, 60% of the people are in there are just after even 70. I can even take the number up to 80 in some of these shows, or people in there just hoping to win a giveaway. I'm not after that. I want my giveaways to go to people that are actually buying things and they organically win. You know what I'm saying? Try to grow organically is my point here. Okay. If you're going to follow somebody, follow the people in your category that you're going to be selling in and hope that they follow you back. Okay. Not saying you did anything wrong. I'm just saying you want people to organically find you. And when you do promote, capture them by giving away something, not forcing them to buy anything, but giving them something. Okay. I tell people this all the time. When I invest in my buyers, but I also invest in the people coming into my show. They found me organically. I want them to stick around. I want them to follow me. I'm willing to spend $200 on shipping and giveaway stuff at a $10,000 show every day of the week, right? It's like going in and buying a car. Listen, if I'm going to buy this $80,000 car, I want floor mats. I want it detailed. I want it full of gas. That's cost. Okay, that's part of business. You too should be throwing and have part of your business plan set up as advertisement. And that would be your advertisement cost, is those free giveaways. Okay, that shipping cost. Okay, doesn't have to be a ton. As you grow, you'll definitely want to utilize that. Listen, you guys just come and go. I'll figure it out. You know I will. Okay, this is Deals Stills for Real by Velclara. Hold on, gotta go back and look. Deals Stills, you still in here? I'm sorry, I haven't ate. I have to eat something. Absolutely. I hope that helps. You know what I'm saying? I've been with my wife for 30 years. We love each other, but again, I would never utilize people just will not make the connection with a personal picture versus a logo. Okay? If you want to put a picture of you guys hugging or doing whatever, working as a team, do that, but don't use it as your profile picture. Okay? My personal opinion. Okay. Deal stills? You gonna shut my door? Yeah, thank you. Deals to stills, you in here? If not, we're gonna go on to the next. Who's next? All right, here we go. I'm switching you around. I think it's still dark. I think it's still too dark. I think you need to. I mean, deals, stills. I think that you don't have to go any further with that. Okay, but I definitely, I would definitely make that punch me in the face. I can read it. Okay, I can read it. You might play around with the alternative. Hold on. You might you might play around with the alternative where you turn dills to stills the white color and the background the dark color and see if that contrast um, really picks up or people are able to see it. Their logo name. So Dills to Stills is who we're talking to right here that said I'm here. Their logo, you can see where it says Dills Stills, but I think that you can play with that where it really contrast and really everybody knows. You know what I'm saying? I have no idea what the bottom part says. I think it says for real. I can't unless I blow it up. I can't see it. Okay. The deal stills is still really kind of like an off. When I click on you, I see it great. Okay. But when you come in under a show, like I see that great. No problem. Okay. But when you're in my show, look how it looks. When you enter a room, and I'm zoomed in, just so you know. Okay. Play with the contrast, kind of like that good. See how she made that contrast? I would highly suggest that kind of contrast. If you even if you go with like an Hermes orange or a Tiffany blue, again, I say this to everybody, a color that pops and then highlight that picture or frame that picture, and it really sends off. You can really read it really well when you enter. Yeah, outline your letters. That would be a good idea too. Yeah. Um, what else am I looking at? Tomorrow at 7:05, silent but stealthy deals, quiet bids, loud savings. That's creative. I like that. There's actually a jewelry show on this platform where they never say a word, and it's successful. It's very interesting. You got a lot of bio there. I would try to clean that up, shorten it up. Okay, layer the cake under your profile. Again, get on your phone, do it on your phone, but there's a lot of bio there. Shorten it up. Okay. And you can't see that background picture. It makes no sense to any of us, not just you. So I just tell people that background picture, I would just select a solid color. Let me take a look at what we got going on here. In your shop, I'll let you know this, and everybody does it. But the bookmark when I go live is actually against terms of service, just so you know. Yeah, I know you see everybody doing it, but it's actually against terms of service, and there's actually been a conversation behind the scenes about that. So, you know, again, a lot of people do it, so I don't think you're going to get in trouble for it. But just know that at some point somebody might say something. But I think you're good for right now. Pictures are great, very bright, very vivid. Pickleball sling bag. Is it unisex? Is it sports? Does it have a name brand? Okay, gonna hit you on this. A lot of your titles for your items There's not enough verbiage. Realize that after about 3 weeks, Google and other search engines will pick this item up. And the more verbiage you have here, the better. Name brands matter: unisex, male, female, Adidas, Nike, whatever else you can put in there that will make that findable. Cream colored, large, small, medium size. Okay. Make sure that you're putting all those keywords in your titles of your items. And that goes for everybody. Okay. Again, your items become findable under other search engines after about 3 weeks. All right, who's next? Who wants to co-host? I like to co-host too. Look at this grilled cheese, man. My wife is amazing. Anybody else in here just have amazing spouses? I know Sandy does. Hmm. House of Geekiness. All right, I'm gonna show you. I see red. I almost thought it was like you said I'm here, and I'm like, uh-oh. I've got a troll or something in here. I wasn't really for sure what I was fixing to walk in there. Just to let you know that. Okay. I was really kind of worried. You see what I was see. You see what I see, right? And sometimes when somebody physically turns the screen around and say, "Listen, oh, this is what you guys are seeing," it's like, let me rethink this. Okay. The bright red and black are great. Okay. Just didn't know what I was walking into, and I would definitely, think about how it looks to somebody else, right? Handcrafted, vintage, modern, and curated jewelry. Faye West is right there in your category. She is probably your vibe. Check her out. She does a lot of handcrafted, handmade jewelry as well. What I would definitely do is change that wording up, and put the word handcrafted maybe later on in that title. Vintage, modern, and handcrafted. Yeah, vintage, modern, handcrafted, and curated jewelry. That's how I would change that up. The reason being is that there's a lot more people looking for vintage jewelry than they are looking for modern and handcrafted. Okay. So immediately, if I just see the word handcrafted, I might go buy. When I look at your show, I want you to see what I see. Remember, so many people will forget this. You have a time and a date and a bookmark up there. You have to take that in consideration when you're creating these profiles. I have no idea what it says underneath that. Okay. Switch you around real quick. So take that in consideration. Your ring pictures are great. Size 9.5. Is that Rosalie? Rosalie antique style ring. Anytime you use the word style, I know that it's not an old piece. I would definitely put in some colors. Okay. Blue, purple, lavender. Are they sterling silver? Are they jeweler's metal? Okay. All words that I would be using. All you put in here is cloisonne ball necklace. You're missing the word jewelry. You're missing the word rose, flower, vintage. Okay. Just some little things. Tweak it and play with it. Again, the more information in these titles, the better. Okay. And I would definitely, me most of the time, most of my listings are just copy paste. But if you're creating these independent listings and you're actually typing these verbiage in, I would cap lock all of it. Okay. Other than that, come back, fix that, and let me know. And I'll look again. Gina. What is my name? Brock, Brock. Um, Cap locks on titles. I don't care what's in your description, honestly. Your HTML, your search engines will grab the titles. Okay. Essentially, that title, cap lock, all that. Your description, you can do whatever you want in there. Write it normally. However creative you are, HTML coding, whatever you do to do your description. But as far as your title, that really matters that you are getting in the target words: antique, costume, jewelry, sterling silver, topaz, 8 ring. Every one of those was a target word. You never saw the word and, you never saw the word the. Okay. If it's a big stone, big topaz, right? Keywords, key elements, forget all the verbiage. It's just like being an auctioneer. Okay. We're not actually talking fast. We've just cut out all the verbiage. Okay. Abba to 5, now 7.5, 10, 12.5 to 15, 20, 25 to 30. What I've done is it's just like counting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's no verbiage in between. Abba to 5, now 7.5, 10, 12.5 to 15, 20, 25. Same thing in the title of your actual description. Cut all the verbiage out. Get to the point, hit those keywords. I'm Kristen. No, you're not Kristen. You're Gina. Hi, Gina. Everybody's Gina tonight. I'm Brock. It's nice to meet you. There's a Christy. There's another Kristen in here. There's an Amber. There's a Felicia. It turns into a rap song for me. I don't know why. Everyone, everyone is Gina. For some reason, I saw him on a thing today, and that's what came to my mind. So it's been stuck in my mind all day. Gina. He is now somebody's personal assistant. Gina. Bye, Felicia. All right. Again, if you're just coming in, this Seller Help Show, I'm losing customers. I'm losing viewers as I do this. Wonderful. Seller Help Show. Know that we're here every Wednesday night, 7 o'clock Central Standard Time. I've ran 3 shows this week. We've got several more coming up. Got a bunch of consignment going on back here. There's 7 or 8 consignment boxes. Um, Again, I utilize my store as a encyclopedia of information. I was told today, if you watch the Whatnot show today of its employees, they're setting something up for new sellers to include a store of some startup items that might work for you. Um, Listen, if you're new, don't go crazy. Don't go nuts. Make sure this is your thing. Make sure it's going to work for you. Don't go out and spend thousands of dollars on lighting and all. Listen, I don't care what anybody says. I still use a ring light. Okay. Start slow, build momentum. If I jump on my tractor and it's full throttle, I'm going to blow my engine. Okay. You're going to screw everything up. Everything will be messed up and it'll be into your Whatnot life. Okay. Start slow, figure it out. Don't invest too much money. Get you a couple little ring lights. Use your phone. Okay. As you grow with your business. Maybe it's time to get a shipper. Maybe it's time to rent a building. Maybe it's time to invest in 10 pallets, right? Build momentum. I get on my tractor, I start it. It's at the lowest RPM. I let it get going. Okay. Push that RPM just up a little bit more. That engine starts going a little faster. It's like a train. You guys are doing all these trains. Locomotives don't just go from 0 to 100. They build momentum, and so should you. Okay. I don't always agree with all these other shows and what people are teaching, um, because we're not all at that same point, you know. So it's important for new sellers to realize that it's okay to build momentum, to work your way through things. I don't want you to screw up on 100 orders. I want you to screw up on one. Realize what the mistake is, fix it, and then sell 10 items, 100 items, 1,000 items, 10,000 items, whatever, right? Okay, start slow, build momentum, figure it out, rock and roll. Barb, I know it's you now, honey. I see you. I see you. You punched me in the eye. I still can't read the verbiage on it. I see the cameo. I see the like burnt orange red. But look, I have no idea what is there verbiage around it. I definitely know it's you. Okay. I think the color is much better. And when I open your profile, yeah, definitely a lot better. It's just, and I think you're all right. You'll be fine. I think you'll be fine. I know it's definitely you now, though. You know what I'm saying? And it fits the name. But when I open your profile, it's crisp and clean, so I get it. Cat Daniels Den. All right. You want my personal thought on this? You're not gonna like this. Listen, are you gonna sell me that tie, Cat? I'm interested in that tie. Don't you sell it to anybody else until you give it. I don't have that one. I have a bunch of those, but I don't have that one. You figure out a price, you let me know. Tell me you're gonna put it in your bin, I'll buy it there. All right, Cat Daniels. There's some big sellers on here that use some similar images, and I wouldn't go down that route. I like to be me, if that makes sense. I don't want anybody to ever think that I'm associating or trying to be anything but me. Okay. So take that into consideration. There are some huge sellers, OGs on the platform that use lion faces, and people will associate or think, hey, listen, they're trying to jump on that tree or trying to mimic that. Be you. Okay. Um, you're a really pretty woman. You have an advantage. I will tell you that. Can you create like a really cute cat? Does that make sense? That's what I would do. And I'm not saying those big sellers, there's anything wrong with them whatsoever. Okay. I don't want to, I just, I want you to always be you. And I want the association of your profile picture to be and fit you, not somebody else. Okay. It is what it is. You get what you get from Brock. I don't sugarcoat nothing. Faye West. Did Faye West create that for you? Listen, give it to Bozo. There's no telling what Bozo will come up with, and he'll do it for free. The guy is super nice. I mean, I listen, just play with it. Hey, Bozo, will you play with my logo and see what you come up with? Again, he's not gonna be mad if you don't use it, but I'd send it to him. Say, hey, listen. Yeah, it does stand out on the screen. That works. It stands out. But write Faye and ask Faye. Faye don't beat around the bush. She's super nice, so she's gonna put it in these really soft terms, You know, she's that comforting mother tree terms. But to just get down to it, I would change it. The lion looks like another big seller. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with associating with that person. I just don't want people to think that you're trying to jump off his like profile picture. If that makes sense. I think you can be very creative with your name and really stand out and create your own image. You know, it'd be like driving by Walmart and it'd be the store next to it's Mall Road, you know, or something like that, you know. So that's what I would do. Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's what I would do. Mother Tree, am I right? Mother Tree, do you agree? Again, sometimes I say something you don't have to agree with me. Don't I just my honest opinion. It might be total crap and you're on a whole other wavelength. That's fine too. You know? Soy, Flamingo Frenzy. This sounds fun. What are we doing? What is a flamingo frenzy? That sounds like a salsa dance or something. I'm in your profile. Like, are we dancing or what are we doing here? All right. For your first show, it just says jeans and things. That doesn't work for you. Okay. There's not enough information in there for me to get in there. Okay. What are you selling? Yeah, I understand you're selling jeans and things. What do we got going on? Are we dealing with designer, chicos, women's plus size, men's teens, boys? Okay. Designer names. Where are they at? Okay. It's not just jeans. You have denim. Okay. The word is denim. You want to put jeans, denim, um, designer, Levi, Wrangler, Carhartt, you know, whatever name brands are really popular right now, you need to be putting that in your title. But jeans and things does not work. You gotta add more as a new seller. Nobody will ever find you. They'll keep on buying because they're looking for the Levi's, they're looking for the Wranglers, they're looking for the Carhartt, they're looking for the vintage, they're looking for the teen girls. Okay, entering you're entering into summer months. Remember that it's getting a little warmer, a little hotter, so your sales will probably cut back a little bit on the heavy pants. Again, I know more about textiles than probably anybody on this platform. I've sold more textiles than anybody on this platform, without a doubt. Um, I think with where you're going with this, you need to be a little bit more specific. Normally, I wouldn't tell you to be really specific, but you're entering into a category that is very, very saturated. And I think that in your titles, you need to be very specific. Is it teen girls? Is it women's? Is it men's? Okay. Designer names. Those are how you will get people into your show. Okay. Let me close a couple of these profiles down real quick. And let's see. Flamingo Free Frenzy. I don't know. It doesn't work for me. I'm gonna be honest. I'd much rather you as a new seller be a little bit more specific than go on a flamingo frenzy that I have no idea about. Once you grow a little bit more, again, I know what you're trying to get at here, and I understand what you're trying to do, but I think it's too soon for you. Okay, you're still after the customer base. You're still after the buyers. You've only sold 65 items. Okay, I want you to put some pictures and details into these shows. Okay. You can still use that logo, but above it, what I'd like to see, okay, again, very new seller. Nobody knows what they're getting into unless they look down here where they say casual basics, $1 starts, women's. Okay. I want to see some women's clothing in this picture, somehow, shape, or form. Use that as the middle image and then put me some clothes all the way around it. Okay. That way I know what I'm getting into. Does that work? Again, I'm not trying to be mean in any way, shape, or form. I want people to come into your show. I want you to be successful. Okay. But being too vague can hurt you. You need to get some more information out there as to who you are. You don't just build a shop and open the door, right? You have to get your name out there. You have to get people in the door. You have to put up the advertising. You have to post things on Facebook Marketplace. You have to get the credibility. You have to get the customers that continue to say, listen, you did the best job at the cheapest rate or at the fairest rate. Cheapest is not always the best thing, right? Um, this is the only place I go to shop. Okay, that's what you're after. Other than that, I love the colors. I love the brightness. It seems very positive. Please try to keep it that way. But for somebody like me, okay, I have no idea what that is. And as I'm scrolling through there and all I see is the flamingo and I'm after women's clothing, I might just keep scrolling. That's what I'm saying. Much better. And it cat play with it. I love it. So don't change it because I'm saying anything. But when I think of cat, I think like of the Egyptian cat. I think of the Sphinx. You can be very creative with your name and the direction you go with. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong whatsoever. Okay. But you can definitely be really creative. I would stay away from that lion type image because again, there's some big sellers, but when I think of cat designs, I kind of think of hieroglyphics and the cat and the Egyptians, that kind of thing. So that's kind of interesting. Um, or a sweet little kitty. Can I ask question about selling branded items? I'm curious, what are the safe ones in purses to sell? Maybe too big and ask. No, absolutely. So there are some categories that do have limitations that are kind of vetted at this point, especially for new sellers. Okay. And it's to protect buyers. What happens is you had some folks that jumped on here that decided to say, hey, listen, I'm selling the Chanel or Gucci or Prada or Hermes purse for $2,000 or $3,000. They had a $50,000 sale. And guess what? Nothing ever happened, right? Uh, The process of selling name brands, there needs to be and there is some protections on those items. Anything that you sell that is a name brand or expensive, COA, okay, needs to have a COA, in my opinion. Don't buy anything without a COA. There's too many fakes, there's too many gimmicks. If the deal is too good to be true, it's probably not true. I see a lot of fakes. I report a lot of fakes, both in jewelry, purses, goods. Again, it is against the law. It's not just terms of service. If I created something and this is my cost to do it, and I've put all this work and these years into my product, and here China wakes up and decides, hey, I can knock this off for $5. That's not fair to the owner of that brand, no matter what the cost is. Oh, Brock, but whoever's going to spend $10,000 on an Hermes bag when I can get it for $10, made in China. Well, that's not right to the copyright owner, to the owner and the brand of that product, and that is why it is a federal offense. So, just owning counterfeits is against the law. So, You know, in stating that, yeah, there are some categories that you're going to be vetted and you're going to have to provide some proof before you ever get to sell it, or there might be limitations until you get to a certain point of income or reviews. So, but I think it's great. I think the platform offers a lot of really good quality items at a discounted rate. Just know that what you're getting into. Do your homework. And I've gotten in trouble one time on here, and I will tell you, um, and I really didn't get in trouble, but I had a bracelet that was marked Chanel, and it came in with a bunch of stuff, and it was in a bucket, and I threw it on the table and sold it with a bunch of other jewelry, and somebody reported me and said I was selling fake stuff. I don't know if it was or wasn't. I didn't represent it as being real or fake. I don't know. Could have been, but somebody turned me in and said, "Oh, he couldn't prove it." Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Um, Even throwing it into bulk lots is a big no-no. So the best thing you can do with something is to throw it away, or let the little kid play with it or something. I don't know. Yeah, Coach is not one of the brands they really. Yeah, Vera Bradley and Coach are not one of the like the very really really expensive items. And so I think you're fine in Coach and Vera Bradley to be selling those items. You know what I'm saying? They're mid-range items. They're not super expensive. And so, you know, I think you're just fine. I have a bunch of Vera Bradley stuff as well. But yeah, I think you'll be fine on those. And I don't think you need COAs on there. Just do your homework on what real Coach tags look like. A lot of it you can tell by the fakeness is by the hardware on the item. So anything that's metal, look at the gold finishes, look at the castings, and you'll be able to determine if it's fake or good. And if for some reason something does turn out to be not good, let the seller know. Let them try to remedy the situation before you turn them in. That's a lot of things, folks. You will always get a lot more with honey than you will with vinegar. And it's only right because maybe they didn't know is to reach out to the seller, say, hey, listen, I got this bag, I got this item, I took it to the store, I went, here's my comparison, here's a picture, I don't think this item's real for whatever reason, and let the seller make right. And if you can't still figure it out, then get whatnot involved. Again, you only got a couple weeks, so jump on it. Okay, don't write them 6 months later and say, oh, I got you sold me a fake purse. That's not how it works. You're good. Trifari, in in the in the jewelry category, I don't think there's anything. Um, unless the volume sells, they might do something there. Where if you're doing just like an 18 karat gold or 14 karat gold, I'm not for sure though. Okay, but as far as name brands and jewelry, we don't have any kind of issues like that. Except for again, you're selling fake Louis Vuitton or Chanel or Gucci or Hermes, and it happens. Um, you won't last long. Somebody will report you. Somebody will report you. Doesn't matter. Somebody will be scrolling through. Oh, that's fake. They'll report you. I report you. Okay. There's just not a space for that here. That's not what Whatnot wants to represent. One, if they get sued for not protecting brands, right? Ask eBay. eBay learned this lesson. eBay lost hundreds of millions of dollars. They have to pass that cost on to the consumer, which is sellers like me and you. That money just doesn't come from nowhere. They raise rates. And so protecting the platform is part of us, our community. You see something, say something. We want to protect the platform and keep it a safe, reputable place. Okay. So and the realization is this is if people are selling fake things, one, it's illegal. Two, at some point it's going to bite somebody in the butt, and I don't want it to be me. So you know, don't pass them on, right? That's definitely what happens to a lot of people is they invest in something, they get it's fake, and they're like, "Oh, it's fake. I'm just going to sell it and pass that on to somebody else." That's, I mean, consciously, how can you do that? And that's my opinion. Yeah, you should destroy it. Cece's treasure. What did you say? I have a Coach wallet. I was going to put in my handbag show. Do I need approval from whatnot? Listen, they'll let you know. They'll let you know. You won't get in trouble. Try to list it, see if it's okay. I don't think you have any problem with Coach Wallet. Um, just make sure you list it in the right category and see what it comes up. I haven't left. It happens to a lot of us. And you're like, listen, I didn't ever leave, and it keeps showing that I'm repopping up. Yep, happens to a lot of us. Second story vintage. Absolutely, absolutely. All right, you guys want to go through a couple things real quick? We had a couple of these questions in the beginning of the show. I'm going to show you how to do it. Right. Troy, you can't get anybody to stay longer than five. Have you invited all your family? One, I have no idea what you're selling. Retired Navy veteran and rescue. Thank you so much for your service to this country, Troy. New to selling sports cards. They are my own personal collection. Okay, if I would not have read that, I wouldn't have known you're selling sports cards. Okay, let me flip you around here. First of all, you're in the wrong category. You need to be in sports cards category if that's what you're selling. Whatnot Card Show. Okay. Make sure you are selecting the right categories. Again, you and your dog are great, but it tells me nothing about what you're trying to sell me. So that picture, your profile picture needs to change. Okay. Your profile picture needs to change. And your show picture needs to change. Dude, you're a handsome fella. But I'd rather see a whole bunch of cards there. Okay. Yeah, I'll do it. You know what I'm saying? So that would be my suggestion. What's your start prices at? What are you selling? Put it out in front of them. Um, you know, work with it. If that's not working, you have to figure out something that is working. I might jump in your show. Let's. I'm gonna follow you. You do a show tomorrow at 11. I'll go check it out, and I'll give you my honest opinion. Okay. I followed you. I bookmarked you. I'll try to get in there if I'm not busy. Okay. Who is next? Walk. Walk in Love Company. Let me go back and look at your profile as you're in my thing. Okay, Walk, I'm going to show you. Your profile picture is great. The only thing is, when you're in my chat, do you see it? I love the banana. Whoever that banana is, that is killer. Okay. The profile is great. The picture's great when I go into your actual store. Switch you around. When I actually go into your store. Okay. But in that profile picture, it's not showing up very well. What you might do is play around with the color. Okay, open up your phone and then get on a computer and see what you look like in rehearsal mode. Okay, but you can play with that open heart and see how it shows up by, changing the color or filling in that heart or even highlighting it. Okay. $1 starts tomorrow at 2 p.m. Thrifted, handmade, and $1 starts. Okay. I have no idea what you're trying to sell me. I have no idea. You need some information there. I'm glad you're doing $1 starts. That is you're taking some risk there. Okay. I'd much rather you do a $2 start. And hear me out. Hear me out. You're a new seller. $1 starts. If it sells for a dollar, you're going to get like 41 cents. Okay. Because again, understand your fee breakdown. 8%, 2.9% plus 30 cents per transaction is what you're being charged. So if an item sells for a dollar, you're going to get like 41 cents. You sell it for $2, you get like $1.28. Do you see the difference? Okay. $2 starts have the same effect as a $1 start. So as a new seller, I'd much rather you do $2 starts than a $1 start. Art you can wear. Okay. Now as I read your profile, I kind of see what you're doing. In your show profile title, you need more info as a new seller. There's just no way around it. I have no idea. I see you love Jesus. You look very kind, but I don't know what you're trying to sell me. Okay. The analogy would be like you built a building and there's no signage on it. I have no idea what's inside your building. It just says open. That's my analogy to your show. Okay. Information as a new seller, imperative for you. Okay. Again, and if you didn't hear me earlier, a lot of the bigger sellers, mediocre sellers, we can do that because we already have a following. It looks like you have a ton of bookmarks. I don't know how you did that already, but you have a ton of bookmarks, which is great. Um, but I think that a lot more success and a lot more viewers and a lot more people would come in if you kind of give me an idea or direction as to where you're going with this. Okay. Everything else is bright, beautiful, and colorful. I love the ladybug. Your reviews are great. You respond to some of your reviews, not just bad ones, good ones too. I like that. Your shop. Uh oh. You've done the number thing. It's fine. I understand. It's probably how you're sorting and finding items in your thing. Totally okay. Pictures are great. Very bright, vibrant. Don't be afraid to put this stuff on your body and show other women, young ladies, what it looks like on. Okay. Uh, use that beauty, use being a woman to your advantage. Okay. The number thing. And so a lot of people, what they'll do is they'll number things. That way they know where to find it in their inventory, or they'll create a number for it to put it in their store. That's why they do that. Again, you just never know, but they've created a number thing. Let me walk through how I set up. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. Let me walk you guys through how I set up a live auction. Okay. You can go back and rewatch this. I'm on YouTube. Or if you buy anything, again, if you're going to buy anything, please buy one of these for setting up your shipping profiles. Also, I get a lot of questions as to when I do my shows, I use this. Okay. Every show utilize, I use this tool right here, along with a lot of other things that I use. These are going to be the two most helpful things for you in your show. Okay, your phone is so stinking smart anymore. Okay,
They've made these phones so stinking smart. They've over smarted us. Okay. There's you guys see all the blur and the fuzzy and what your phone, it has several different lenses on it at this point. And so it recognizes it's focusing on me right now, and everything in the background doesn't matter. And so a lot of times when we're sitting here trying to do a show, and you guys have all seen it, it gets fuzzy, right? It's because most of you have at least two, if not three, if not four eyes on your phone. Okay. What we're doing is forcing those camera eyes to look through one lens and focus on the item we're trying to show. Okay. By forcing that, you don't get all the blurries and the fuzzies and all the crazies. So every show I utilize, I'm using this right here. Okay. And I'll show you. I'm going to switch you around real quick. Let me see if I have any lights or anything here you can turn on. Okay. So by switching on, all we do with this device is we just simply, there's no batteries or anything like that. It's a magnification lens. I don't want to customize. Okay. Every phone, most of us have a newer phone. If you can't figure it out, there's a YouTube video as how do I zoom on my phone. Okay. Most of us it's already turned on. Okay. So I put that on my phone, and then all I'm doing with my fingers while I'm live. Okay. I'm gonna put it on the phone I'm using just to show you. Okay, just put it on. What happens, again, you're forcing those eyes to look through one lens. Okay, see how I'm doing that? Just opening and closing my fingers. You jewelry sellers, or if you're selling detailed items, gold coins, you're looking at dates, see how fuzzy and kind of like it's trying to and so I'm always using that tool. That's in my bin. Um, so go check that out. I'm gonna switch you guys around real quick. Yeah, and they're cheap. I mean, it's worth the money. Whether you buy it from me or you go buy it, I definitely think about that option. It's a cheap, easy option um, to really be able to magnify on things and create without getting all the focus issues. You always see people trying to do this. You know what I'm saying? Because it won't focus. With that magnification lens, you won't have the issue. Okay. Let me see. Super. I found my email from Whatnot. Coach is considered a luxury brand that requires pre approval and COA. Perfect. Thank you. Again, I don't sell in the category. So, um, and I think what happens is you get to a point of seller status that it doesn't matter. You don't have to meet those prerequisites, but you still probably have to have a COA, right? And, another thing, to take in consideration is a receipt. I would consider a receipt for an item authenticity of its purchase, right? It's the original receipt, from Coach or JC Penney or whatever. I would consider that proof that an item is real. So, think about that. Again, I don't sell purses. I don't know about all that stuff. I've never had the issue in selling anything Givenchy or Trifari or anything that like that in my jewelry shows. So let's turn you around real quick. We're going to show you how to set up how I do it. Okay. Get my phone pushed up here just a little. Actually, we're going to take it out of this one and put it in a different one if you guys don't mind.
Okay, I'll put you in this folder here so we can see what we got going on here. Okay, right now you're in my show. Okay, I always use a computer. Okay, my phone is doing the picturing, my computer is the brain. It's a bigger screen. All my controls are there. I do my shipping on my computer. I do my profile setups on my phone. Okay, listen to me. Do your profile setup on your phone. Okay. Do your shipping on a computer. All right. Everybody got that. So we've already got this one already kind of created in here. I'm going to go ahead and delete this one real quick. Simply clicked on it and I'm going to push delete. Okay. So what we're going to do here is we're going to go up to auction. Okay. Again, this is your giveaway. This is your buy it now. These are your sold items. These are your offers. Okay. Those are all your different tabs. We're going to go down to the bottom. We're going to click on add. Follow me real closely. This is where people get really screwed up on here. Again, I don't use but one listing. You're going to go to temporary and temporary again. You're going to select the category you're selling in. Tonight, we're going to be selling in the jewelry category. Know which category has the most views. Okay. And they've kind of set that up for you, just so you know. Fine and precious metals is always going to have a lot more people in it, people buying gold and silver. Then vintage and antique jewelry is going to be the number 2 with the most people in it. Okay. If you have any kind of vintage jewelry, it meets these qualifications. Okay. You might have contemporary and vintage and handcrafted and precious stones. Okay. If a lot of it's vintage, put it in vintage. You have a bunch of sterling silver, put it in fine and precious metals. Okay. We're going to select vintage jewelry. We're going to put done. Okay. Name. Do not make this too long. The way I'm doing it, you do not want to make this too long because it'll cut the number off. So I'm going to put item shown. My office is still a little mess from last night, but description, I don't care what you put here. No cancels. No refunds. No, what's the other one you guys people do? No cancellations, no refunds. Maybe sold as is or something. Okay. Starting bid. Okay, I'm gonna leave it at $1. Hear me out. Brock, I can't afford to start things at $1. That just doesn't work for me. I understand. Hang with me. Quantity. Put in 1,000. Even if you're not going to use them all, it doesn't matter. Okay. You might just get a wild hair under your butt and decide I'm going to run for the next 48 hours, or I'm going to jump off and let my cousin do it, or whatever. Put 1,000 right here. Do not toggle this on. If you toggle this on, what will happen is over here on the left, you will get this mess. Okay. Number 3, number 4, number 5. I don't want that. Okay. I might click on the wrong one. By doing it this way, it will automatically assign the next number. Okay. Do not toggle this on. Condition, whatever condition your item's in. We're going to select pre-owned. Excellent. Shipping profile. Any shipping profile that you've created using my little pamphlet, or if you figured it out, is going to show up right here. These are all my custom profiles. Okay. Every one of these meet my need. I know what they mean. I've named them. I know what they mean. You do the exact same thing. Name it. That way you understand what the heck it is. Okay, Gina? Gina. Okay. And I'm a bigger seller, and so I offer a discount shipping. Might not be available to you as of yet, But for me, all you ever do is pay $4 in shipping, no matter how many items you buy. Okay. It's an enticement. It's like, listen, if you buy $10 in gasoline from me, you get 20 cents off per gallon, right? It's kind of the same essential thought process. I use a lot of analogies. So, okay, then have a picture, whatever picture it is you want to use. That is going to be the picture. Let's see, what are all these? We're going to use, please do not call 911 unless you are in need of assistance. Okay, up here to my left-hand side, you're now going to see it. Okay, this is the profile I just created myself. Okay, this profile is my control center during my entire show. Again, I don't have 2, 3, 4, 5 of them. Realizing that you can edit this profile before you ever push start. So I'm going to go ahead and start one real quick. I'll show you. So you push product actions, excuse me, and then you will have this little box that appears and it says start auction. Okay. The very first setting is the type of auction you're going to run. Sudden death means after however many seconds you select, it's done. 15 seconds, that's the end, baby. When you don't select that, what happens is you can choose try to stay away from too much time. People don't want to sit there and look at it for 30 seconds or a minute. Okay. 10 or 15 is kind of the sweet spot. I normally do, I play around with it back and forth. All right, we got 10 seconds. We got 15 seconds, you know. So 15 seconds, 3-second increments. This means that anytime anybody bids, it's going to add an extra 3 additional seconds to give the next person or anybody in the room to bid. You're going to push start. Okay. What happens is it will automatically assign that number to it. If this item sells, it'll add number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5 to 1,000. Okay. See, the starting price was $1. All right, Brock, I can't do dollars. All right, that's fine. We're going to go back up here to the auction or up to our actions, product actions. We're going to click on it and we're going to push edit. Okay. Listen, this is a $10 item, Gina, and this item weighs 2 pounds. What I've just told it here is this is 32 ounce package. Okay. The last item was an ounce. I now have a 33 ounce package, is what I've told Whatnot to charge at. Okay. So I push start. You're going to go back up here to product actions and you're going to push start. I push save. I know. Listen, I don't really want it to be 10 seconds this time. See what happened? It's now a $10 item. The last one didn't sell, so it stayed at number 1. Now, if anybody buys this, it will automatically, again, sign number 2 to it. But it also showed you guys a different, well, I have the $4 flat rate shipping, so I didn't show you. But that's how you're controlling. You're using this one. I see a lot of people go, listen, I'm going to save time. So I'm going to create a $2 one, a $5 one, a $10 one, $20 one. Every one of those will have its own number, you know what I'm saying? It will assign its own numeric number 1. So if I create another one here and another one here, number 1 here, every time I start one of these, it's going to be another, okay, this is number 1 here. You're gonna have a $1, excuse me, a $1 number 1. You're gonna have a $5 number 1 when you go to do your shipping, a $10 number 1, a $20 one. So by doing it all under one, you don't have to play with all of that when you go to do your shipping. Okay, you're using 1 to 1,000 right there. Only one setting. Okay. I hope that helped. I hope that makes sense. Again, you get to control it before you ever push start. Okay. What is even the point of sliding the toggle? So some people like to do that if they want a certain item to be ran as like number 10, right? Or they will select that thinking they're keeping. Some people are visual and they're like, listen, I want to be able to select, you know, number 2, number 3, number 4. I don't know. Me, it would confuse the crap out of me, so I don't do it. Hope that helps. Somebody was asking me about that this week, and I know that there was a couple of you in here that asked a while ago. So there you go. Mad bag. I understand the situation. So sometimes what happens to me is people will come in, buy things because they don't have enough knowledge. It might look like a piece of Juliana. They come in, they buy it, and then they do their research on it and they put in for a refund. I don't do refunds. That's not fair. I didn't research it. I don't know. But it's not fair for you to come in and buy it and then ask for a refund. So unless I say, hey, listen, this is for sure Juliana, or hey, for sure this is this or this, that's the only time I will ever make an exception to that rule. But what I would write, I've had the exact same issue, might even be the same person. Um, I would write whatnot and ask them to be part of the I would ask them to be part of the I'm thinking of the word. Hold on. Sometimes my words miss me here a little bit. Um, you can write whatnot and ask them to be part of a platform thing that's going on where you get to communicate with your buyers before whatnot. What's the word I'm looking for? Beta program. Thank you. Write whatnot. Say, listen, I'd like to be part of the shipping beta program or the uh, hold on. My words. Sorry, guys. My words here. I'll tell you. Your seller hub. Hold on. You can ask to be part of the customer service program where you get to handle all of your returns and your cancellations. Okay. That whatnot, again, whatnot, my opinion, a seller should be able to communicate with their buyer. And they do. They've set this up. There's a beta program out there with lots of us involved that you get to be part of that control. Okay. Write me, DM me, and I'll send you the exact verbiage on what it's called. Okay. But there is a beta program. And I would simply do this. It's hard because they're in there buying a bunch. What is the value to their bids? Okay. Yeah. Is it one item out of 20? Is it one item out of 10? You know what I'm saying? What is the value not only to their purchases, but their bids? Take that into consideration. If they're spending a ton of money with you and they're only canceling maybe one item, listen, whatever. You know what I'm saying? Sorry about that. Here's a coupon code, or send it back to me, or we'll take care of you on the end of something. You know what I'm saying? But don't look at just what they buy, but the value in their bidding. Take that into consideration. No, you can always reach out to a buyer. You can always reach out to a buyer, say, hey, listen, I saw that you open a case. Is there something I can do for you next time? Holler at me, give me the chance by sending me a DM. I'd love to be able to handle this. directly versus you reaching out to Whatnot, and see what the response is. Again, there are some folks out there, and I get this, and Whatnot understands this as well, is that there are people that do take advantage of that system. I will tell you that they are keeping track of that behind the scenes. They see it, they know. And the beta program is rolled out where they are allowing a lot more sellers to control some of the dynamics of those returns or cancellations. So if you go in right now and you buy something from me and you put it into a cancellation, I can reject that. Okay. You don't like the income, still that buyer can write Whatnot and say, hey, listen, this. Somebody can write me and say, listen, this didn't show up and they don't like my response. And this has happened to me several times. Oh, I didn't get this item. Whatnot writes me and says, hey, listen, what's up with this? Can you provide proof of tracking and delivery? Absolutely. Here you go. Here's a picture of the tracking. Here's a picture of what's going on. And they get denied the refund. Again, I try to be just very upfront and honest about everything. One lady bought a bunch of stuff. True story. True story. Happened to me last month. A lady bought a bunch of stuff and she had pissed off her mailman so bad that they wouldn't deliver to her house. I don't know if there was a dog bite. I don't know what the situation was, but they refused to deliver to her house. And so they held it at the post office. They put a note on her door. They put a note on her door. Are you going night night? Come here. I want my kisses. Are you going night night? I love you.
Yeah, I've been sleeping.
Have you been sweeping, Momo? Hold on, I'll finish my story. He's going night night. He come in and tell me night night. I love you. Are you pretty boy? If you're going to Austin, Momo will be there. Huh, Momo? Are you going bye bye with Grandpa? Are you?
Don't go not now.
Are you gonna go night night with Grandma? Do you want a treat?
Yeah, I got a
Or you want to go night night?
bone
Look,
ready for
he's ready to go night night. You ready to go night night?
Curl up asleep. He's ready for bed.
I love you.
I mean, wait for it to
Good
come.
night. Good night, handsome buddy.
You
Good
know,
night, my friend.
I'll throw on your side.
Why are you looking away? Grandpa wants kisses. You're going night night. Good night. Oh.
That's a common trait for them. I was reading it came up.
All right.
Where they get right in and block your face like that. Come on, stinker.
So the mailman wouldn't deliver to their, and so the lady's like, "Well, it didn't deliver to my house." And I'm like, "Listen, you got to get out and pick it up. I have no control over why they won't deliver to your house. This isn't my fault." And boy, she got nasty and smirky, and oh, I paid to have it. Listen, listen, Gina, I sent it to your address. Your mailman don't like you. Go pick it up, baby. Oh, that's too far. I'm disabled. Yeah, I'm like, I get it, but it's not my fault. You know what I'm saying? I have no control over why you've pissed your mailman off, you know? So Whatnot's like, listen, this is showing sitting at the post office. And I'm like, yeah, tell me about it. You know, true story. Oh, she was just, listen, I'd just be nice. I told her I'd pray for her, and I did. I told her I'd pray for her illness, but I also I told her I'd pray for her attitude because she had a crappy attitude. Listen, Brock's easy. I'm laid back, but I can't help it. You know what I'm saying? I was nice, Gina. There's always going to be weird stuff. There's always going to be rude people. There's always going to be the person that enters your room and just starts blah. Last night there was one. There was a troll in the room. Oh my gosh. All my mods are like, "Do you want us blocked? No, leave me in here for a minute. I got this. Watch this. You know, don't play the game." Gina. Does her name start with a J? Behind the scenes, we do talk about certain people that pull this crap all the time. Just letting you know. Um, we know it's not you, Jana. We know it's not you. It's a B. Okay. Yeah, I would just write her say, "Hey, listen, see that you're opening a lot of cases. Hate to lose you as a buyer. Is there something I can do? Am I missing something? How do I better serve you? Because it looks like there's a lot of things that are being opened in return." Again, she could be utilizing the system in order to get the item and a refund. So I would clearly write her a message, see what the response is. Okay, catch her in whatever if she's lying, playing around, or if there's actually an issue, because you never know, right? From that response, you then take it and create a message to Whatnot saying, "Hey, listen, might check on this account because if she's doing it to you, she's doing it to other people." That's how that works. I'd really highly suggest you keep an eye on this. She seems to open a lot of cases from me. She does buy a lot, but at some point, when is enough, right? Just a thought. Jana's junk. Listen, me and Jana can talk on the same wavelength. We're we get each other. Nope, you don't do any of that. Nope, don't play the game. I would simply report the message. Okay. Simply report that message to Whatnot. You learn your customers. Okay. Do I make mistakes? Absolutely. Every one of us will make mistakes. Okay. Things happen. The first time, okay, I let it slide normally. The second time, I'm really going to start keeping a really good eye on this order. The third time, hey, listen, I don't mess up that many times. Okay. And at that point, I am very, very careful. Even sometimes on the third time, like, listen, I'm packing it, I'm making sure it's good, I'm doing my due diligence. You know, it gets there and there's still an issue. Okay. Call a buyer out too. Hey, listen, I'd like a partial refund. Somebody bought a alpaca bracelet from me a week ago. Okay. And they wrote me and they said, "Well, I thought this was silver. I still want it. And so if you'll give me a 40% discount, I'll keep it." No, no. Open a case and I'll give you a full refund. No, I'd like to keep the bracelet, but at a refunded price. No, I didn't tell you it was sterling, and I didn't tell you that it was anything other than what it was. I cannot help it if you think you overbid or overpaid. But if you want to return the item, I will issue a full refund. I don't play the game. And once people know you don't play the game, you set a standard and you set, who you are and what you're about. Because once you give into that, every order it's going to be like that. Oh, listen, there was this issue, or it was missing this, or nope. And if it doesn't work, see you later. That's me. Due diligence, make sure that you're staying on top of that. The very first person I blocked was like that, where I didn't realize because I wasn't part of the beta program that they were opening up an issue with every order they got. And so finally, I wrote and I said, "Listen, I know that there's no issue. I know that there's no problem. I would like my items back. If there's an issue, send it back and I'll send you a refund." "No, I don't want a refund." Well, that tells me there's no issue. You opened one up with Whatnot, right? Send me my items back. I want my bounty back because Whatnot's going to take it out of my account. So send me my items back. And I wrote Whatnot that as well. Hey, listen, if you're going to cancel their items, I want my items back and then refund them. You know, or if it's a shipping issue, it's covered up to $100 on Shippo. If it arrived broken or the box was damaged, I want proof of that picture. Keep everybody accountable. Okay. That's what I tell you as well. All of you guys. If there's ever an issue, it's okay to keep people accountable. Hey, do you mind? You could be really nice about it. Again, you get more with honey than you do with vinegar. write them and simply say, hey, listen, do you mind sending me a couple pictures of that? Normally, the response to that, you know what you're dealing with. Okay. I don't need to do that. Or uh, this or that. No, because a picture is going to explain it to you as to what has happened. Did the box actually get damaged? Is it actually your box? Is it actually your product? Right? I'm very creative too on some of my items, that there's a lot of items out there. I'm going to reveal this to you guys. If I ever send something really expensive, a mark on it, and you'll never even know the mark is there. I actually was using it today, but I use a UV marker, and under a black light, it shows up. And so I know if it's my item or not. Okay. Been in the business a while. A lot of people will buy electronics, they'll break it, they'll drop it in the water, something will happen to it. They'll buy a new one, they'll get the box, they'll put the old one in there and send it back saying it didn't work. Well, listen, this doesn't have my UV mark on it. This isn't my product. This isn't my box. Prove it. Well, I sign every one of mine with a UV marker. And under a black light, it's going to show you my signature, right? I'm teaching y'all too much now. I was going to see, what did she do with my black light? So, on your expensive items, something to think about, some of your boxes, you can be creative in how you make sure and can prove things are yours or not. I'll add it to my store. It's something that I don't think I've ever talked about that before. I'll send it to you. I'll add it in there. So just a thought process, you guys know what I'm talking about. You remember the days when in Walmart you could just return anything, right? It's like, okay, this one broke. I'm putting it back in the box. I'm sure there's a warranty on it, and take it back. Oh, sometimes we get that, right? And Target too. Well, they all got smart, right? It's like, all right, need your driver's license. I'm going to input that information. You can only get so many returns a year now. Anything wrong with what? Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's again, smart business, good business, buyer or seller. I think that those two should have the ability to communicate on an adult level to figure out a situation. If they can't figure it out pretty quick, then get whatnot involved, right? I'm not deterring anybody from getting whatnot involved. I'm just saying that initial contact needs to be made, and that keeps everybody honest in the game. Keeps everybody, pictures, those kinds of things. It will definitely keep everybody honest in the situation. Can I check your stuff, Cajun? What do you want me to check? Monica, I'm looking. 5.0 rating, 1.4 items, 1.4 thousand items sold, 577 followers. I'm glad you're trying to do this organically. Monica, definitely push your verbiage over. Your pictures are pretty creative. I really get this mod mid-century vibe, like Herman Miller kind of vibe from your pictures. I know you're selling jewelry. I actually really like those photos. Reduced shipping. Love that. Capitalizing on that. Okay. $2 start beard earrings and lots. I'd like to see more information. Okay. What do you got? You got Julie's, you got Weiss, you got you know what I'm saying? You got 40s, 50s, rhinestones. Okay. Utilize that title to really capture. Your logo is great. I love that. Um Again, all this verbiage over here. My name is Monica. You already told us your name up here, Monica. Get rid of your last name, probably, if it were me. Okay. Get rid of your last name up here. Okay. I'd get rid of all that. I'd really cut this down, keep everything you're going to say to the left. Go in under your phone, edit your profile, add just some little pretties here and there, your little emojis. Okay. Cut out all the verbiage. Nobody will read it. Okay. Keep it all to the side of the word clips. It forces the eye to see it. Okay. Your logo is great. CC, say something in my chat. Let me show you what I see. And I'm zooming in. Can't see it. I would turn those. See that good? See how hers is bright pink? I would really capitalize on a very bright color. Okay. I mean, when I open your profile, it's great. Okay. When I open your profile, it's absolutely amazing. But in the actual chats, it's not standing out. And you definitely want people to know when you enter your chat. 101. I see you. I see you. The top word, I would highlight that word in an offset color. So maybe go in there. So you have the word, right? Prima. Okay. I would outline that word with like an offset color to really make it pop. The 101, leave it alone. We see that. But the smaller part of that, I would go in there and I would edit that. Prime, excuse me. I said prima. Prime. I love it. It stands out a lot more. But look, let me switch you around again. So the 101 stands out really well. Again, I'm zooming in. I would go in and probably outline that word prime if it were me. You know, when I think, when I know this sounds weird. I don't even know what you, hold on. For some reason, I think of prime rib. Prime pre-loved 101. I think you should have a big old steak on there. Some juicy steak. You know what I'm saying? Probably. Big old juicy steak. There you go. Listen, and that can be your emoji for your chat. Put steaks in the chat, you know. Ribeye, baby. See, who agrees with me? You think of the word prime, you're like Amazon Prime or prime rib. Yeah, put a big old ribeye in there. Listen, Gina. Listen, Gina. Doing audiobooks. I can't read. No. No, I haven't. I have not ever thought about doing that. I don't know if I'd have the patience. Somebody asked me to write a book, my whatnot instructions. And I said, I don't know about that. Nobody wants to listen to me. Nobody read that book. Nobody read that book. What are we going to call it? Brock screw ups. Oh, what do you think about your bio? It's not colorful enough. It's not pretty enough. Get on your phone and add some emojis. I mean, this is what I see. You're a girl. You're girly. Come on. Where's the stakes in there, baby? See how that goes right? People just won't read it. If you keep it short and simple and keep it like all right here, what happens is when people come into your profile, they're forced to read it. And then if you put some, see how I don't have my lens on and see how it's doing that? You put that lens on, you don't have that issue. So again, I would keep it all to this side of clips. Okay. I would come in and I'd drop you some emojis here, different ones, colorful, creative, maybe some that match even your colors in your profile. Um, what to expect in my shows? Listen, authentic gems, handpicked, unique boutique, and vintage items with character. Dedication. I treat every customer like family. Fast shipping. I know what I know you want your treasures as soon as possible. Tap that follow button. Let's find some magic together. Listen, you sound like a country song there a little bit. Again, if you want to keep all this verbiage, just cut it down here. Okay. I hustle. I hustle meat should be your first sentence. I'm a prime rib type of girl. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm still playing with you. I'm still playing with you. I hate you, Brock. Hustle that meat, baby. Uh, um, your pictures are bright. Okay, you want honesty from me. I want you to sell these products. If you're going to put them in a picture, take a light iron, take a light steamer to them, get the wrinkles out. Okay, or throw them back in the dryer. And if you can get you a little mannequin, if you can put it on your body, that's a lot better. But you're going to have a hard time selling a couple of these items because they look wrinkled. Okay. Skirts. I mean, if my 19-year-old daughter enters the room and you're wearing this beautiful skirt and it's available in your show, she's going to buy it, right? Because she can see it on her body. So utilize that thought process when you're doing this. The very first photo of the insane scrunch, sexy white bodysuit. It's a great picture. A lot of white. You might outline that picture with some pink or something, some color just to make it okay. Juicy couture, black pebbled leather heart baguette bag. All I see is a piece of leather with the word baguette. Listen, I want to see that bag. Okay. I want to see the bag. I don't want to see a piece of leather. When I first looked at that, I thought I was looking at like a leather jacket or something. See this picture? Again, I'm just being honest. Don't be mad at me, please. I'm just trying to help. I want you to make money. I want you to sell stuff. That dot is on my computer, I think. Maybe not. Listen, Gina. You get me, sis? You know, it got to be clean. It got to be spot proof. Nobody wants to wear your stain. If that's a stain on that, pull it. It distracts from your store. Cut it up, use it as a rag. Okay? Don't throw it away. If it's a stain, nobody else wants your stain. Donate it to your local thrift or listen, don't even donate it to your thrift. Go down and donate it to your local homeless shelter. You know what I'm saying? It's got wrinkles. People won't buy it. It's got stains. People ain't gonna buy it unless it's vintage and old, like t-shirts and stuff. This picture over here, this picture here, a lot of white. Okay. What I would do is frame it. Okay. Or if you can put that thing on your body, maybe you don't want to show the whole thing or something. I don't know. I'm not trying to be weird or anything, but if you my daughter sees that on your body and she likes how it looks, okay? Oh, that would fit me. I mean, she can judge based off your body size. Hey, this will fit me or not, okay? And so you girls are weird like that. So that would be my honest opinion. Hold on, let me close out some of these. There's 20 of them. There we go. All right. I make you giggle. Listen, I make myself giggle. I laugh at myself. Nobody else laughs. In my house, they're like, "What, Dad? You're giggling at yourself." I'm like, I found it funny. Okay, if someone buys your consignment item, how long do they have to send the contract and items to you, Grammy? Um, it will be based off the date you put on the contract. I put the date in which I sign it. You'll put the date in which you sign it, and it goes off that. Um, I don't keep track of who buys my consignments. Okay. They come in with their stuff. It's been revised, by the way. It's been revised. There's new information on some of those. Um, I've cut it down to just 2 pages, made it a lot easier. Finally got to that. Had it kind of looked at by a professional as well. And so, but this is the thing. If you can sign with me, just realize I am who I am. I don't like to be rushed. I don't like worries. I will run it. I will get to it. Again, have a lot of my own stuff I sell. I will assign you a name, a number. Normally, I've created a ton of other jewelry cells. And what I do is those already have a lot of bookmarks. And so I will take a consignment and I will add it to that already created jewelry show. And you can tell if I have your set up by just simply I use your zip code and your first and last name initials. And you're like, oh, that's my zip code and that's my initials. It's probably you. Okay. But I would say I had a box come in last week and the lady's like, have you already sold my stuff? I'm like, Gina, I don't put you in front. That's not how I roll. It's kind of like, I'm going to do 1 or 2 a week, and if that's not your vibe, I'm probably not the right person. That's how I roll. I will get to it. Okay. I promise you I will get to it. But if you're in a hurry, Gina, I'm not your guy. It might take me 2 or 3 weeks to get to it. Okay. Max 3 weeks. Okay. But I will get to it. I've made friends under current screen name, but before I sell, I thought about changing name to reflect what I'm selling. Should I wait? Andrew, Andrea, yes. See how I just screwed that up? Andrea, change your name. Change your name. Bozo, it's because it's coming from another country. It's not that he delays. I know who your supplier is. It's not that he delays it, it goes through a different country and has to go through customs, Bozo. Raid! Who raided me? Who raided me? This is what I do differently than anybody else on the platform. Yeah, it's better. Listen, I'm just being honest with you. Lady K will back me up. They don't kiss my butt in any way, shape, or form. They just say it like it is, and that's how we prefer it as a family. So Juliet 882 has under 1 day shipping, has sold 711 items, has 1.2 thousand followers. Thank you for the organic following. I know the struggle is real. Okay. Thank you so much for your raid. I hope you had a wonderful show. All the pretty little things. Listen, I know they're all pretty, but what you're missing out in is putting the word sterling silver into that title of your show. A lot of people will jump under the search and they'll type in sterling silver and it'll show them all the shows and items available. So utilize that. Again, we can't see what's behind. Okay, we have no idea. Just see DTF. DTF sounds like a company name or something. Might as well just make that a solid color. Okay. Again, beautiful. I'd much rather see some jewelry up in this. If you're gonna put your self image, I want to see some like bling bling. You know what I'm saying? That title, sterling silver, rings, bracelets, Mexican sterling, Italy sterling, snake chain, whatever it is you're selling, right? All the pretty little things. It's very vague. I'd much rather you, as a new seller, be very detailed in those titles. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. I'll ask Avery what it means later. Thank you. I didn't know what it meant either. All right. So didn't know what that meant. It means down to flirt. Yeah, I understand now. Thank you. I will not use that terminology again. Yep. Bozo, yep. Bozo, yep. You playing with all the big dogs in that time frame. Listen, you got to be different. Okay? If you're trying to compete with all the big time sellers, that's their prime times. You guys think, listen, I'm going to go compete on Friday, Saturday, or Sunday nights at 7 or 6 o'clock. That is when a lot of these big sellers in the jewelry market get on. Okay. I prefer you guys to be running later or really early. Some of my best shows were in the middle of the night, and I explain this every week. My mods can probably repeat it word for word. QVC realized that people, women, moms, in the middle of the night, that is when the rest of the world wasn't pulling at them. And they were eating a tub of ice cream while watching QVC. Okay. Realize there is a huge customer base in the middle of the night and early in the morning. The big dogs have gone to sleep. They're getting all the little dogs raids because everybody wants their call out. If you're running as a new seller in the middle of the night, early in the morning, you will get 10 times more raids than running at competitive times. Also, if you're wanting to promote your show, listen to me. The middle of the night, early morning, the price of the paid promotion tools is a quarter of what it is at those time peaks that you're trying to run at. Okay. Okay. So 6, 7 o'clock, like last Sunday, it was like $71 an hour. Get on last night and it was $17 an hour. Everybody understand? New sellers, I realize you don't have a lot of money. You're still trying to make your footprint. The cost effectiveness, the amount of visibility will be just as great in the middle of the night and early in the morning. Now, if you're Central Standard Time, listen to me. There's about 1 hour I go down, 1 hour where my prices drop, and I know that. I don't run all my expensive items at that point in time. It's about 3 o'clock to 4 o'clock in the morning. Okay. There's that hour in the day. The rest of the day, man, I can run like no other. Constant change of people and stuff like that. But as a new seller, I recognize that and I realized that, and I built a huge. And over time, I did is I just kind of started. All right, I don't have to start at 10 o'clock. I don't have to start at 2 o'clock. I started some shows at 12, ran for a couple months. Okay, I've got the following. I'm going to bump it up to 11 o'clock, up to 10 o'clock, up to 9 o'clock. Okay, 8 o'clock works. 7 o'clock works. 6 o'clock, my traffic's about half. Okay, I think I like 7 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? And so just realize those dynamics as you get going is the ideology and the thought process is this. If you run during the day and you go to raid somebody, who are you raiding? Oh, Brock, I'm that sweet little girl that I listen. I feel so bad because they only have 2 people on their show, so I raid them. Okay, this is a business. I know you're sweet, but you're trying to make money and you're trying to survive and you're trying to get this going. Probably not the best option. I hope, again, I don't run during the day. I hope you're rating into somebody in your category that has a lot of people and you do get the call out. Now, don't just rate into like, if you're selling jewelry, you rate into cards. Listen, that does you no good. Okay, you rate into one of these big sellers that sell in all the categories, and it does you no good. Oh my goodness, I'm going to rate into them. They have 200,000 followers. Well, listen, they're not in your category. Most of those people in their show don't buy in your category, or they're not going to be in your category. Rate into the similar category with the most amount of people in the show. At nighttime is when that changes. Okay, nighttime, there's not a lot of big sellers on here. Most of the rooms have 10 or 15 people, maybe 20 or 30, right? 40, maybe 50, depending on who's on. Then you can rate into the smaller shows, and you'll be rated into a lot more as well. How was that, Bozo? Did you stick around and buy something? I barely get acknowledged sometimes. Yeah, it happens a lot. Listen, it's better for you in the middle of the night, you know, some of those big shows. Again, I'm not everybody. I don't care how many people you rate into me. Sometimes it's hard because people will start up and be like, there's only two people and it's you and your other account, and you rate into me just to get the call out. You know what I'm saying? I get that. I understand that. I'm not, it's not oblivious. You know what I'm saying? Just understand that it's better for you just to come in my show and share your show than, right? You get me. Absolutely. Dude, you're a stud. Without even going into your show, I hope you're selling neckties and top hats. You're a stud. I can already tell. You've got the skill going on. You like to hustle. You got it. Unfortunately, no. Think about this, Gina. Okay. Jewelry. Okay. Think your profile picture works. It's I can tell that it's you, right? Um, I would like again, I hope you've been in here a minute. I would like to say this: capitalize on creating a brand versus an image. You know what I'm saying? You're using your self image. I think branding yourself will definitely get you further than you in your top hat and tie. Okay. Or if you want to put the big word max across there and highlight that sucker, you know what I'm saying? Again, I look at you and I'd much rather see a brand than a picture of you. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with you. I'm just saying that try to brand yourself, okay? Max, you have an experience. Listen, ladies. Max, are you single? Listen, I'm happily married. I'm just asking. There's a bunch of women in the room. Max, are you single? Max, be honest now. Listen, ladies. Max, can you like demonstrate the jewelry for us? Do you like get a dance with every purchase or what, Max? Listen, ladies. Adding a mirror. Okay. um, you've got some shows coming up. I see that vintage to modern jewelry starting at $3. I would get again, make sure you're in the vintage. Okay. You're in the vintage jewelry category. Okay. Um, I would try to stay away from boho. I'd much rather you get into like designer, okay, versus that boho. I would also like for you to add more to your descriptions of your shows. Okay. I'm going to flip you around. I'm going to show you what I see. Okay. See what I'm talking about? We can't read that. You need to drop it down here. Okay. That time and that bookmark takes up all. We have no idea what that says. Okay. Drop it down in your picture. Really make that pop. Okay. Your description here, vintage to modern. You don't have the following yet. We need some details. Okay. We need some details, stud. I need to know what you're selling me. I need to know what I'm getting into. It's fine if you want to put the $3 start, okay, in your picture. I wouldn't put any description of your show. You know, are you selling me Da Vinci? Are you selling me Trifari? Are you selling me Monet? You selling me Gucci? You know what I'm saying? Put those items and those keywords in your title of your show. Okay. Think the image is great. Play with it. Drop down the verbiage to the middle. Really make this pop. I would make the item inside this little jewelry box pop. I would drop this all down to right here. Okay. Um, Again, I keep everything to the left hand side. Go in there and edit your profile on your phone. Okay. Pictures are great. Key elements and keywords are missing. Okay. Again, it's going to be findable, but if you go in right now and you put courting couple locket in Google, you're going to have a million of them. What makes yours more findable? Okay. Missing the word jewelry, missing the word costume, missing probably 1960s. Is that plastic or is that glass or is that like a Limoges? Okay. Use that word. Keywords. Trifari gold tone swirl clip on earrings. Again, the word jewelry. You need to put jewelry in there, even though, okay. Bookmark this show when I'm live. I'm just going to let you know this is actually against terms of service, even though everybody does it. I just call it out as I see it. And that's directly from Whatnot. Um, Everybody does it, and I get it, but it's actually against terms of service with the platform. Something about your shows, the monotony needs to be broken up. It's like one kind of like color pattern or scheme here. I would try to come in here and brighten this up and kind of change if you can really enlighten that or add a live image, but break up kind of the monotony of the color scheme here. Or come in here with Avon and really just slam us with it, okay? Other than that, brother, welcome to the platform. If you run into any issues or problems, holler at me, okay? I'm a community host for the jewelry category. That's my category. So if something comes up, let me know. Have fun. Have fun with it. Enjoy it. Absolutely. And these ladies are all going to come in asking for a dance now. How do you use my free? There should be a whole email on it, bozo. You got a free $25 boost? Listen, Gina, I didn't get one of those. Yeah, you can do that. Yep, it's a free gift. And I say that with saying this. I don't know what state you live in. I don't know what the rules and regulations are in there. I would go read your local state regulations on giveaways. Again, just because the platform has a terms of service doesn't mean they supersede federal and state laws. Every state is different. Go read the terminology as far as giveaways. I don't ever do a buyer giving. It is required in my state to post or have those available. Like you're supposed to have the odds of winning and so I would say for you or anybody in the room that's doing giveaways, go read your state and federal regulations and laws, and I think Whatnot would tell you this exact same thing. Um, and please, 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 just because somebody else is doing it doesn't make it okay. And it eventually, if it's not, it will hurt all of us. See a lot of these big sellers teaching you new guys to utilize giveaways as a lottery system. It's a no-no, you know. So just so you know. They haven't cut down on it. You know what I'm saying? Like I thought they were going to cut down on it. A lot of this stuff. We'll see what happens, right? Because it's a whole new beast. Um, as far as copyright laws and regulations. Maybe there's a way of setting up to play music legally in a way where you're paying for a service to be able to play that live, like Shopify. You know what I'm saying? Or Spotify, not Shopify, Spotify. But again, I get it. I understand. Or you want me to turn on some music? Is that what you're telling me? Let's see what Emily's got playing here. Emily's a country girl. She's always got country music going on in here. No, November Fall. Are you in here? No, November Fall. There you are. How are you? I can't read what your logo is at all. Okay. I cannot read your profile at all in live chat. So let's take a look at it. Again, love the name. Before I even go into your thing, I like to say, I have not looked at your profile. I don't know who you are. When I look at your name makes me think of fall. Fall leaves, maple leaves, those smells, that pumpkin spice, Halloween, that name. How do you capitalize your name with a logo? Okay. Thrifted finds, women's thrifted finds, men's button down polo shirts. November Fall. Where do you live? What state? Don't tell me your exact address. What state? Live in Georgia. If you live anywhere close to Woodstock, Georgia, okay, there is a place there that it's called a Rag House, Raghouse. Might be a good place to look into getting inventory. Okay, we owned one. If you're selling clothing and stuff, you might be able to hook up with a local rag house. Say, listen, I'm after button down polo shirts. I'm after, you know, women's clothing, kids' clothing, and you can buy it by the bulk. Okay. That's where most of these folks get all these vintage clothing pieces from. Um, I love your logo. I just need for it to, the November Fall needs to do this. See what I'm looking at? I want you to make that November Fall. Really, I want you to bring that to as big as you can get it, where we can see it, and the leaves are great. Okay, but we can't see this. I'm looking here at listings. Hold on. Listen, take the minute. Take the minute to repicture it. Take the minute, repicture. Okay, I'm going to tell you something about this too. Again, you've come to a textile clothing guru. Okay, Blue Label, vintage, Ralph Lauren, Blue Label, women's cardigan, size, whatever the size. Is it wool? Is it cashmere? Is it silk? Is it a silk blend? If it's polyester, don't put in the word polyester. But if it's one of those blends, again, when it comes to Ralph Lauren, Blue Label, Purple Label, Green Label, Country Label, Country Club Label, you need to put that color of that tag in there because that determines a value within the market. Okay, just so you know. Wholesale jewelry, like, what do you mean by wholesale jewelry? I have ads out everywhere. I've been in the business. I've been in the auction business for a long, long time. I go out searching. I'm on my feet. I do my walking. I'm hitting my. Listen, I've got cards everywhere I go. Where do I go? Here's one of my cards. Okay. First of all, one side has an American flag. Tells people what I stand for, what I'm about. Okay. The other side, yep, I buy. What I buy, my name, my address. Listen, takes money to make money. Invest in yourself. Create you a logo, create you something back here that stands out. Okay. Maybe you would throw this in the trash normally, but listen, it's got an American flag on the other side. Yeah, hang that up on my refrigerator. Come in under my account. See if it works for me. Buying wholesale jewelry, you just have to really get out there and do your homework. There you go. Worked for me. Over 50,000 pieces. And people are like, we don't believe you. Like, listen, let me turn the camera around and show you. Something odd going on with old Whatnot tonight. Oh, Pixie was going to raid me, and then I think she changed her mind. Is your bio okay? Short, simple, and easy. Connect, November. Connect. Okay. You might put your first name under November Fall. Connect. Don't be too like. I normally tell people less information, and yours I'd probably tell you to add some extras. Do you like gardening? Do you like flowering? Do you like sports cards? Is your name Gina? You know what I'm saying? Add a little bit more detail, but I think I like it. Short, simple, sweet, maybe a little bit more. I know my raids are not showing up for some reason on my side. Pixie Mary, Pixie's Treasure. 5.0 rating, 1.6 thousand items sold, 8,000 over 8,000 followers. Next show is tomorrow at 11:32. Pixie Dust Party New Seller. QA. Appreciate you. See what she did there? It's smart. Listen, I'm doing a QA. There's another show running similar to mine. Let me rate them real quick, get the call out. Maybe I can get some people in here to come in and check mine out. You do the same thing. Love, no, I'm not. I haven't even. Emily came in and shipped today. I went and mowed some of the properties. I let somebody borrow my tractor. It was kind of messed up a little bit, so I had to drop the tractor off. I just hadn't had time. Yeah. 1,000,000%. I love the white with the black background. Hold on, let me show it to you though. You're gonna have to play with it still just a little bit. But pops like no other. I love the white on the black. But I'll look. Yeah, I like that a lot better. I like that. Play with it, create. Second story vintage. So when I think of your name, I don't even see your profile picture in here. I think of a second story house. So do you have like a Pennsylvania colonial 2-story home with your name on it? Just wondering. Second story, are you still in here? Yeah, Faye's bedtime's about 11. I don't I don't do local pickup. I mean, if it's bigger and heavier items, yeah. My thought process is this. Is it takes a lot of time out of my life. Now, if it's big and heavy and expensive to ship, absolutely. Hold on, I gotta stand up. Um, if it's big and heavy and it's gonna take a lot of money, yeah, I would consider it. If it's small, $4 or $5 to ship, I'm not doing it. It's not worth the gas. It's not worth my time. I'm putting it in the mail. Um, Women, you should always meet in a very lit, public place. Again, you're putting yourself out there, and you just never know who you're meeting up with. So I never would want anything bad to happen to any of you. Police station, fire station, you know, well lit, take somebody with you. Be very careful. You know what I'm saying? That's always my worry for meetups. But if it's something that's, $4 or $5 a ship, I'm not doing it. We just pick a few. I try to look at anybody that asks. Hold on, I need to go back to picket fences. I need to do is 2-story. Where's 2-story? Second story. There you go. That's interesting. So second story, I love your pictures. Know a lot about quilts. Again, I know a lot about textiles. You have some beautiful wedding rings. Beautiful pictures. I love the primitive vibe. Simple, easy logo. The word vintage on the very bottom doesn't really stand out very well. Okay, I can really see second story, but as you can see, vintage. Again, I'm blowing it up real big. I would take this and really blow this up. Okay, maybe even move it down just a little bit. That way, it gives yourself some more space. But this is not being seen very well. Okay, love the branding. Super easy, simple. Love the pictures. Love the quilts. Reviews look great. Shop. She promised you more than the garden of Eden. And she carelessly cut you laugh while you plead. But you bring out the best and the worst you can. Might add the word like country or primitive to it. Okay, country, primitive. Is that oak? Is it pine? Is it okay? Oh, I'm fixing to. I know a lot about quilts. We're gonna take a look at these quilts. These are all handmade quilts. This is made of feed sack. It's about 6 to 8 inches per stitch. Let me see what this one shows. Yeah. Maybe late 30s with that chintz back on it. Getting feed sack material. It's actually a variation fan. It's pretty colors. She can't be convicted. She's only her degree. And the most she will do is draw shadows in you, but she's always a woman to me. I've probably owned 10,000, maybe more quilts in my lifetime. Pictures are great. And instead of the word topper, I would put top in there as well. Okay. Not just topper, put top. Maple leaf quilt top, 1930s feed sack material. Got any Amish quilts? Around the world. Forget what that one's called. Is that Sawtooth basket? Hand stitch. That's 1940s. Listen, Gina. If you don't have the encyclopedia, I don't know. There's a whole encyclopedia of quilt. There's like 10,000 quilt patterns. There's one called Drunkard's pattern too. I've owned a lot of quilts. Raid. Who else raided me? I love it. Prime. I love it. Prime 101. You better get some steaks in there. I'm serious. Yeah, there's a ton of the older quilts, man. It was hot there for about 10 years. The market's dropped just a little bit. It is coming back. That country, like cabin. So again, I don't care how many people try to reconstruct early American quilts, it'll never happen. Yeah, absolutely. If you ever have any questions about quilts, holler at me. I've probably forgotten more than you'll ever know. So I started in my 20s. That's how I kind of got started in this. I had an aunt down in Texas that called me and said, "Hey, listen, there's this guy that's selling quilts, and they're $20 a piece." And I was like, "Okay." And I told her, I said, "Buy every one of them." She's like, "Do what?" So just buy every one of them and I'll come down and I'll pay you. So I bought them all and I resold them on another platform, and it was crazy. And I did that for about 6 months. Um, and me and the guy that I was buying from became really, really good friends. And that's where I kind of learned about what a rag house was. Skip about 10 years later, I actually owned one. And so, again, a lot of things come through there, a lot of quilts and all kinds of clothing. And so I've probably really owned 10,000 quilts in my lifetime, at least. And so when they make those big old compressed bells, it was so sad because a lot of times they would write on them with marker. They would use a quilt and wrap that clothing or whatever the textile was in there, and they'd write on the quilt. Oh my goodness, so many quilts I saw got ruined or marked on. Got his number. I do. What state are you in? Louisiana. Listen, I don't know. Texas is pretty close. Most of the stuff comes out of Texas. Party of 20. Thank you so much. Silver, where are you at? I missed it. It's not showing up on my end over here. That's what's going on. Silver fine jewelry. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I hope you had a wonderful show. Like I have to go find you on the platform to even give you a call out here. Hold on. This is Caroline. She has sold over 4,000 items, has about 7,000 followers. She has amazing David Yurman 18 karat garnet silver fine. You need to put ring in there. You need to put the word jewelry in there. Become findable on other platforms. I don't know if that's a ruby or garnet or what that is, but I definitely put the stone type in there too. Okay. Stone type, ring, jewelry, make it findable on Google or in any other search engine. Okay. Next show, make sure you get another show in there for me to call out too. Okay. Thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. I'm getting tired too. Again, last giveaway of the evening. Giveaway number 3 is running. Really consider this. Okay. If you're a new seller, if you know anybody that's thinking about selling, they're confused, or maybe you're still like trying to work through how to do things. It's a lot of videos, lots of information out there. Blazing puts out some really great information. Go check her out. But also, this is a little $4 pamphlet, okay, that you will physically have that walks you through step to step on setting up your shipping profiles. You can screw up a lot of things. The shipping profiles are probably the one of the most important profiles. Okay, or parts of this mechanism. Is getting those things set up. It's a little bit different than if you've sold on eBay or Etsy or anything else, right? People get on and are like, oh, this is different. Sometimes different's okay. Okay. So realize that it is a little bit different on this platform. Setting it up correctly is very, very important. And you need to do that. So go through the steps, create you several different shipping profiles. Okay. This is how I have mine set up here because I'm a jewelry seller selling a lot of lightweight items. If you're selling bulk, this is probably how you'll want to set it up. Okay, some just little really cool tips and tricks. How to do those sticker giveaways. How to do the 74 cent. Listen to me, guys. If you decide you want to come back and buy something from me, enter in one of my shows and buy it through the show. Do not buy it from Marketplace as far as like this. Because what happens is on Marketplace, it's going to charge you $4 to ship this. In my show, it'll charge you 74 cents. Okay. Sorry. I'm getting there. Hold on, let me find it. Surely we didn't sell 250 of these things already. There it is. Here, I'm going to run it as a flash sale. I can't take a lot off of this thing just because these are not cheap to make. There you go. That's all I can do. Okay. Domestic. Okay. These are all my little tips and tricks. Okay. My QR codes. It'll be the best investment you ever made. To get things set up correctly, it doesn't cost you anything on the flip side. Information. It's like paying a plumber versus paying the neighbor to come fix your drain, you know? Like you pay for their experience and their knowledge. All the amazing people that help me. Okay, Lady K, that good. I change this out every order, and so I'm constantly changing people out. So if I take you off, don't be offended. I'm adding somebody else on. Again, I do have my immediate family that's always on here that are just always in every one of my shows, always helping me. Lady K, that good. Every one of these people will help you. And they're super kind and super fun and super knowledgeable. They're all active sellers. Rustic Rose was just in here. She's amazing. Okay, you guys go follow her as well. Okay, Miss Jane, our two sponsors, calling them out. Okay, Tamlin's Treasures and Ball and Bessie's Shop. Those are our sponsors for the month. Okay, screenshot, picture this. Okay, again, you can screenshot all of this. I don't care. But having it in your hand as you're setting this up, I walk you through the process. Okay. Don't just set one of these up. You need to set up probably 4 or 5. Okay. Can't see. I can't see what you guys screenshot. Doesn't matter to me. Thank you so much for the raid, CC. Right. Get in that giving. CC. Absolutely. Rustic Rose is amazing. Thank you so much for your raid. It's not showing up on my end. I'm going to show you. Okay. For some reason on the computer, y'all's raids are not showing up. So it's not that I'm missing you. It's not showing up or I'd be calling you out. Okay. Congratulations, Chris. You're going to get something amazing from me. Okay. Every one of you that want to give away are going to get something amazing from me. Okay. We put several items in there. I promise you will not be dissatisfied. We put some jewelry in there. You'll get at least a pair of earrings. You know, my giveaways are amazing. That's why everybody likes them. So you will get something physical from me. And again, we do follow all state and federal regulations. Matter of fact, let me show you. Every one of you. Okay, I just have to show you one item. Giveaway 1, 2, and 3. You will all get at least this. I promise you're going to get a lot more, but I have to show you. You're going to all get at least this. And I'll give you jewelry and all kinds of other stuff. Thank you. Have fun on this journey. Welcome to Whatnot. If you're new to the platform, remember to be kind. You always get more with honey than you do with vinegar. As you're writing Whatnot and you're dealing with people, those are real people. Okay. All here in the United States. A lot of them are sellers. They understand. And there's over 800 Whatnot employees, and they're amazing. And so be kind, even in your emails. Thank you so much for helping me out. I appreciate you. Could you look into this? Hope you have a great day. Can you get so much more? Good night. That good. Thank you. I love you. Talk to you tomorrow. I love this steak. I love it. I love it. Second story. Thank you. I'm weird about tips. Thank you so much. It goes to Momo treats. You know what I'm saying? Like I give little Momo some treats. Thank you so much. My shows are for free. You know what I'm saying? Don't ever feel like you got to pay me anything, tip me anything, do anything for me. Let me know. Come back as you grow and become successful. Come back, share your experience, help somebody else. I think that's important. The jewelry category is amazing because people like me and people like all of my mods and so many others, Rustic Rose, we put a lot of good information out there and we are very helpful in our category. And it leads us down a path of the right way of doing things. And I think that's important. You know, there's an expectation in our category. You know, we weed out all the bad. Um, Suicide prevention. Most important part of my show is this: ever in a deep dark place, need to talk to somebody. You know, you just don't see the light anywhere around you. We lose 21 soldiers a day plus to suicide, along with hundreds of other people. You have purpose, you have meaning. Find happiness. If it's too far dark, reach out, let people know. Okay. People care, people are willing to help, and there's a lot of professional direction there. Don't be afraid to let somebody know, listen, I'm in the funk. You know what I'm saying? Um, Keep me accountable, get me checked in, help me find somebody to help me. Okay. It's okay. Mental illness is a crisis. We live with a lot of stress. Okay. We live with a lot of dynamics in this world that is so fast paced. Let what not be fun. Let what not be a purpose. Share your message of love. Do a show about, um, you know, as you do these shows, it's not about just selling, it's about connecting and spreading a word. You know, I was watching a thing today about an actress and she said, listen, I was going to keep it private. Didn't want anybody to know I had breast cancer because I didn't want the feeling of or, you know, it'll be okay. And she's like, listen, I didn't want that. And so I didn't share. And then I realized by sharing and telling my story, so many women checked themselves and so many people were able to prevent or find something before it became too big. Same way with mental illness. Don't let it get too big. Don't let it over, don't let it be that thing around your ankle, right? Let people know, reach out, because people do care and people will help you. So thank you so much, Glitter Guild, for the raid. You're amazing. My name is Brock. This is kind of the end of my show. If you know, I do a Wednesday night help show. I'm not selling anybody anything. If you're thinking about becoming a seller, go in there, buy this pamphlet real quick. Okay. It is the best shipping advice. Set up. Okay. I don't sign this because one person asked me, will you sign it? And I'm like, yeah. And then everybody started saying, will you sign it? So I just sign every one of them. I don't know why anybody would ever want my signature, but I guess I can spread the 988 message. So there you go. God is good and God is good all the time. Don't ever become anything but who you are and what you want to be. Put your arms around the people you love. Let them know that you love them. Okay. Realize June, July might slow down a little bit if you're a seller. You know, those a lot of times people are saving money to go on trips, they're going on vacations, or kids are out for school. So, you know, June and July is when you need to be buying. I know that sounds crazy, but that's when you're going to get the best deals because you don't have as much competition. So get out there, get on your feet, go to your local swap meets, go to your local garage sales, your estate sales, get on auction zip, check out all that. You know, get on the hunt. There's a lot of merchandise out there, and make your time have value. Live life happy. You don't have to have a lot of money to be happy. Matter of fact, when I was the brokest of my life, I was the happiest, you know. Um, every day I get to spend it with my best friend. Find you a best friend, you know, whether it's a spouse or whether it's just somebody you love hanging out with. Find meaning, find purpose, enjoy. And I hope each and every one of you have an amazing week. again, to all our soldiers, service members, families, veterans, we thank you. A lot of folks overseas right now, a lot of people on missions. You have a family living close to you that you know that their veteran is currently gone. Drop them by dinner, send them DoorDash. Don't do it to be known. Do it because send it to them anonymously. Mow their lawn. Feed their dog. Whatever it is you can do to relieve a little stress off those families. Um, it matters. So again, if you're a veteran, we thank you for your service. If you're a member currently serving, we prayed for you. Come home back. Come back home safe. Policemen, doctors, nurses, teachers, we thank all of you guys too. You are and serve our community and deserve so much more. And so, both pay wise and everything else, right? You are our future and you keep us safe. Keep our houses from burning down and our streets from being full of crime. So, we thank you. We appreciate you. Much love from Brock to you guys. Be safe, wear your seatbelt. And again, thanks, Linda. Bye, Gina. Bye, Gina. Let me see who's on. Here's old Craig. We'll select Craig. Craig's pretty cool.